Welcome to this edition of Draft Utopia. Chris Ransom, William Yanish here. I know Joey will be here in a few minutes. I don't know if he's going to call over the phone or talk shoe, but I know he's going to be here. I know there was a telephone outage in my area yesterday, so that's why I knew if we did this, we had to do it on Restream, but we are also live on TalkShoe. But only 2 episodes left for this season on TalkShoe and Restream, and then season 16 will begin in August. After the MLB draft ends, we'll have this MLB draft special tomorrow, and then my vacation until August 2nd starts. That's the first Saturday in August. I have a college football preview extravaganza before we preview all 4 divisions in August for the NFL. But right now, I'm going to dive into my MLB mock draft, and I've got Cade Anderson going number 1. It's down to Ethan Holiday, the high school shortstop, and Cade Anderson, the LSU college pitcher. I think LSU won the College World Series for the second time in 3 years. I think they're going with Cade Anderson. He had a complete game shutout against Coastal Carolina. And outside of Kenzie Gore, you don't really have any pitching. You drafted Dylan Cruz at LSU 2 years ago when the LSU won their first 2023 College World Series, and he's now in the majors. So I think Cade Anderson is going to be the pick. He had 12-1 record, 3.18 ERA, 19 starts, 119 innings pitched, 180 strikeouts, 2 complete games, and 1 complete game shutout. 94-mile-an-hour four-seam fastball, 91 two-seam, 77 power curve, 75 curveball, 83 slider, 85 mile per hour power slider, I guess. I don't know why that says slider listed twice. I didn't double check anything because we were hard pressed for time and my eye just hurt. It feels a lot better right now, William, but my eye hurt like a mother last night. So I really couldn't get round 3 up. But yeah, I thought.
I just thought you were putting in a little extra,
96.
slider.
So why? Maybe that's supposed to say changeup. Yeah, I think the changeup's 85. That's probably what I got wrong because I forgot to list the changeup. That's probably why that says slider twice. I probably forgot to list the changeup. But yeah, and it's 96 sinker. But yeah, Cade Anderson's probably going to go number 1. I would think. I could be wrong on that. They could go Ethan Holiday here, but if that's the case, they're going to keep him in the minors and they're going to develop him until C.J. Abrams' contract is up, and then they're going to bring him up. Whereas with Anderson, you could have him on your rotation as early as next year, some point next year. So that's why I think it's probably going to be a college pitcher at 1. But, it's great to have you back, William. And anything you want to say before we get to the next pick?
Oh, not a whole lot, man. It's good to be back. And
let me see.
Missed a week and
I can't hear you, William.
Oh, I wonder what.
Oh, now I hear you. Now I hear you perfectly. Now I hear you.
Oh. Anyway. Yeah, technical issues. But no, man, it's good to be back after missing last week and all. I'm trying to pull up some of your write-ups here so I can check these out.
Yeah, I've got Liam Doyle, Tennessee pitcher, going number 2. I think Jamie Arnold might be better than Liam Doyle, but it doesn't really matter. Joey pointed out how Liam Doyle has more innings pitched, more strikeouts, more lower ERA. Well, ERA, I think it goes to Arnold, but Doyle is the number 2 guy in the class. And if Cade Anderson goes 1, the Angels are. We're going to take a college pitcher at 2. A lot of it does depend on what the Nationals do at 1. And I do have the first round set up. But right now, I don't have a write-up for number 1 on the draft results webpage yet because, the Nationals could end up taking Ethan Holiday. We saw this a few years ago when Jackson Holiday went number 1. Everybody thought Drew Jones, the son of Andrew Jones, was going to go number 1, and Jackson Holiday went number 1, and nobody saw it coming. And that's why I'm prepared for a scenario where the Nationals go that route. But I think with LSU winning the College World Series and pitcher being a greater need for the Nationals, they'll ultimately pick Cade Anderson. But we'll see. But if Cade Anderson goes 1, Liam Doyle should go second. If Ethan Holiday goes 1, I think Cade Anderson probably goes second. But, Cade Anderson, he has a really good four-seam fastball. He has a really strong cutter fastball, 88. He uses the least frequently of those 4 pitches, and he has 3+ MLB pitches with his 2 fastballs and his slider. He does need to use a changeup, maybe develop one more pitch to complement his rotation, but overall, I can't really critique him too much. He had 3 shutouts, a 3.20 ERA, and he did win SEC Pitcher of the Year over Cade Anderson. So that's why Anderson and Doyle are mainly 1 and 2 in most mock drafts. And Jamie Arnold, he entered the year as my number 1 college pitcher. He drops to 3 because of the dominance of the 2 SEC arms in this draft. And, I liked what he did. I thought I had the Jamie Arnold write-up on the site. Let's see. Okay. What the heck? What the hell? I thought I typed the Jamie Arnold write-up in its entirety on the site. And now it's saying, no, I didn't, blah, blah, blah. Well, I'm going to have to recopy that and repost that. But yeah, I have Jamie Arnold at 3. He was the number 1 college pitcher heading into the year. He had a very good outing in the Super Regional against Oregon State. Even though Oregon State won that series in 3 games, in the best 2 out of 3, he had a very good series in that game, and I thought he really did well. And, Arnold, he had a good year at Florida State. I don't know why this came up, but all right. But I think right now, Jamie Arnold's probably going to be the number 2 pick. I'll get his 2025 stats up in a little bit, but I thought I typed the Jamie Arnold write-up. But yeah, Jamie Arnold, he looked legitimate against Oregon State. I watched that game on ESPN, the Super Regionals. He looked very good against Oregon State. And I honestly would not be surprised if Arnold did end up having the best career of these 3 college pitchers when they all get to the MLB. But I believe, I think he was the ACC Pitcher of the Year this year. The Dick Hauser Award winner fell to the second round of this draft, but I'm just trying to get as much data as possible. Okay. Oh, that cannot be correct. Yeah.
Uh-oh. What happened?
No, that's nothing bad happened. It's just, I'm just trying to, with 119, with an 8-2 record and 119 strikeouts in 2025. Okay, that's all I'm going to do for now. I know I could go more in depth with this, but since we're on the clock here and time's valuable, it's a precious commodity I can't get back. I'm going to make this as brief as possible. But yeah, I mean, James Arnold, he was the number 3 player among the college pitchers in this draft. He has a slider. He has a changeup 75 that he doesn't use. But, my player comp for him is Chris Sale, the pitcher from the Braves and the Red Sox, former Red Sox number 1 starter. That's my comp for Arnold. So I do really like Jamie Arnold. Arnold comes in at number 3 for me. And then you can go to draftutopia.com/2025 MLB Mock Draft.html if you want to read the write-ups. That we're going to have the mock draft up on social media tomorrow afternoon. I was going to do a 3rd round since they are airing rounds 1 through 3 tomorrow night, but I only posted the 2 rounds because of my eye condition. But the Rockies, they are going to get Ethan Holiday, who entered the year as the preseason number 1 player. He had 407 batting average. He won Oklahoma Gatorade High School Player of the Year in 2024. He had a 611 batting average, 19 home runs. He won Gatorade High School Player of the Year again. And yeah, when usually a high school batter, they'll have a batting average between 400 and 600, 400 and 500, and they'll have under 10 home runs, or they'll have a batting average of like 300 or 290, and they'll have double-digit home runs. Usually it's one or the other with high school batters, William. So the fact that Holiday 6'11", 19 home runs, very strong, very dominant numbers. I think Ethan Holiday, he will not slip past number 4, and there is a chance he could go number 1 with his upside. It just depends on what the Nationals want to do at number 1.
Yeah. I could definitely see that, man. And,
because Ethan Holiday's the son of Matt Holliday, and he's the younger brother of Jackson Holliday. So that's the thing. And the Rockies, I think Matt Holliday was on the Rockies for many, many years back in the day when they had Todd Helton and Larry Walker on that team.
Yeah. I definitely remember that. Back in the Rockies' heyday.
Yeah.
When they first started. I remember that. But
so,
no.
I mean, and there's a lot of people saying the Nationals need to take Ethan Holiday at 1. And I get it. I think if Coastal Carolina had won the College World Series this year over LSU, I think Ethan Holiday probably does go number 1. But since Cade Anderson was just so dominant down the stretch for LSU, I've got a feeling he'll end up going first. But, it's going to be interesting. And then the St. Louis Cardinals at 5. Ava Arquette, the Oregon State shortstop. I've heard the Cardinals freaking love this guy. Reportedly love this guy. I think it was Prep Baseball or some website. And if you draft Arquette as your future shortstop, you drafted Weatherholt, the West Virginia second baseman last year. You pair those two together, that's going to fix the middle of your infield for years to come if both players pan out. And, Arquette was a second baseman at Washington. He made the transition to shortstop at Oregon State, and he got Oregon State back to the College World Series, which is more than you could say about Bazana, who went number 1 overall to Cleveland last year. So Arquette probably does go 5th. The Cardinals are a wild card. They could go with Ike Irish, the Auburn catcher. They could go with a pitcher. They could go with a high school pitcher. I gave them Arquette because if that's the guy they reportedly love, that's probably the guy they'll pick if he's there at 5. But we'll see. Pirates, I gave them the top high school arm, Seth Hernandez. I gave the Pirates Seth Hernandez in February. I still have Seth Hernandez to the Pirates 4 months later. The reason is he was Gatorade High School Player of the Year 2 years in a row. I know the innings, 53 and a third innings versus 56 innings, is a slight dip, a slight decline, but his ERA was lower than it was last year. And he has 8 different pitches he can use. And he did not get injured. That's the thing. Pitchers that have curveballs do have an injury history, but there's 0 injury history with Seth Hernandez. And he showed he was consistent. He could go as high as number 3, but I think with all the college pitchers in this draft, that causes him to fall to 6. He didn't hurt his stock, but because so many college pitchers dominated William, I think that does keep him out of the top 5 this year. I think in any year he probably would move into the top 5, but we'll see. Maybe someone will roll the dice on him in tomorrow's MLB draft. You never know with these things. MLB and MLS drafts are probably the biggest crapshoots of the two.
I don't know, man. You're pretty always right on everything I see, man.
I mean,
we'll
see.
Thorough, man.
We'll see what happens.
Sure. I was trying to pull up this. There we go, Draft Utopia.
And no worries. I'm just texting Joey. I'm not going to call him. I'm just texting to let him know that we're live. He can hop in whenever he feels like it. But I went with Eli Willits to the Marlins at 7. Eli Willits, I don't think the Marlins should draft Eli Willits. They have a shortstop under contract till 2030 with Xavier Edwards. But here's the thing. The Marlins are the cheapest franchise in baseball. 32 of their 40 players are making the league minimum, $800,000. The league minimum. 32 of their 40 players, which is just
wow.
And they have a good shortstop. Their leadoff batter is a shortstop. He's under contract until 2030. But if the Marlins say, you know what, screw need, we're going to take the best player on the board, which some teams do. They do this in the NFL draft, very NHL. A lot of teams do that in the first round. If that's the thought process the Marlins have, they're probably thinking, okay, we'll draft Willits. If he develops ahead of schedule, we can trade Xavier Edwards before he becomes a free agent for a king's ransom. And That's probably what they're going to end up doing with how cheap the Marlins are. That's probably what they're going to do. It's the Marlins. I'm sorry, Florida. You deserve better than this, but this is the Marlins. I mean, your track record's not good until you start making an effort to pay more talent. Like, at least the Pirates have paid some guys. I'm not saying the Pirates are a good franchise, but they paid Brian Reynolds. They paid O'Neill Cruz.
You mean
They
the
went out.
Pirates will have a
They went out and paid some talented players. Maybe those are overpays, but they still made an effort to be competitive. Even Cleveland made an effort to be competitive. The Marlins have 32 players on their 40-man roster making the league minimum. It's hard for me to take that franchise seriously right now. It just is, because right now, Xavier Edwards, he is on pre-arbitration until 2027. That means he's going to be making the league minimum until 2027. And then he'll be a UFA in 2031 or 2030, depending on whether he has arbitration 3 or arbitration 4 in his contract.
Yeah.
So, the Marlins are probably going to trade him when he's at arbitration 2 or arbitration 3, as if he has 1 year left on his contract. That's my guess, William. Knowing how cheap the Marlins are, assuming they want to take the best player on the board, rather than addressing an immediate need that would help the team be competitive right now. If they do the latter, like I think they will, by taking a player that will help them down the road, that means they're probably going to go BPA, get Willett, stash him in AA, AAA, let him work his way up the system, and then you trade Edwards for a king's ransom or a really good return. That's probably what I expect the Marlins to do. I don't think that's the correct decision from a business standpoint, but that's what I expect the Marlins to do. Okay, I'm done ranting and roasting the Marlins. Let's get to Toronto at 8. You're chuckling. You like the fact that I'm tearing a pro sports team a new one.
Oh yeah. I love it, man. Especially, I mean, it's like when the Cleveland Browns get on air and you start going in on them, but we'll we'll save that.
Yeah,
for
it's like when Joey goes on a rant about the Browns every week. It's fun.
Starts dropping F-bombs.
Yep.
It's like, oh, here we go.
Yep. Ike Irish, the Auburn catcher, made the transition to outfielder this year. And I said back in February that, Ike Irish, his numbers were very good. He had a 361 batting average as a freshman, and then he had a 319 batting average, but he doubled his home runs from 6 to 14. I said, look, this guy is going to move up the boards. I had him at 12 back in February, but I also said back in February, this guy could go a lot higher than where I'm projecting him. And I said back in February, he could be a top 10 or maybe a top 5 pick. I've seen mock drafts have him listed in the Cardinals at 5. Baseball America is also reporting that he could fall out. He could fall out of the top 5, maybe out of the top 10. But here's the thing. Toronto needs a center fielder and a left fielder to complete their batting lineup. I don't see them passing on Ike Irish at 8. And, this is a guy that would help Toronto out as early as, honestly, college batters develop through the minor leagues very quickly. And right now the Blue Jays are in position to win the AL East division. So if that holds up, we could see Ike Irish in this year's MLB playoffs if Toronto drafts him at 8. It's possible. It's unlikely, but it is possible he gets called up before the MLB playoffs. I've seen it happen.
Yeah.
I mean, the Angels, they drafted some guys in the first round. They got Christian Moore out of Tennessee, already brought him up to the majors, and they brought up I think the Angels 22, 23, and 2024 first round picks are all up in the majors. Yeah. Because they got the Tennessee second baseman Christian Moore, and he's already in the majors. They also have Zach Neto, their 22 first round pick of the Campbell Camels. And then they also have Nolan Schnottel, the Florida Atlantic first baseman, already in the majors as well. So they've gotten guys that are MLB ready. That's one thing the Angels have done really well. I don't know why people are saying they're horrible at drafting. Their last 3 first-round picks have all been the first to arrive in the majors. But I think Ike Irish is going to go to Toronto. And yeah, if you're in a position to where you're going to make the playoffs this year, you want to get a college batter because that guy could get called up to the majors very quickly and potentially maybe help you get to the World Series as early as this year.
Yeah.
So
That
if
definitely
Toronto's
makes too
leading the
much sense
division
now.
right now, I think they're going college batter. And I want Ike Irish. Reds
Definitely makes
are the
sense.
wild card of this top 10. They do have one of the best batting lineups. I like Hunter Green, their 2017 first round pick. He was a very good player coming out of high school. They got Brady Singer from the Royals. Andrew Abbott's their number 3. Nick Martinez is their number 4. And they have Nick Lodolo. I not like Nick Lodolo coming out of TCU, but he's been effective enough to where he's remained in the rotation. And you got Rhett Lauder and Chase Burns, your last 2 first-round picks in your farm system. So I do think the Reds are going to be good in the future. They've got Terry Francona as their manager. He was great with the Red Sox, good with Cleveland. But yeah, the Reds are the wild card here because the data with the Reds is conflicting, William. And here's what I mean. ESPN did like a top 30 needs or draft rumors for each team article. They pointed out that the Reds are taking a college pitcher. They pointed out that the Reds will probably either get a high school batter or a college pitcher like Kyson Witherspoon. Prospects Live, another baseball draft website, says the Reds are taking a college pitcher or a college batter. When the data's not congruent, that tells you somebody's lying, somebody's bullshitting. That's what I'm getting at. And here we are, Joey. We're on the Reds at 9. We'll recap the top 8 for you, but I have Kyson Williams to the Reds at 9. But before we break that pick down, we'll recap the top 8. Number 1, and
I know you texted me last night, so I was kind of waiting that text you a few minutes ago asking if I could call you or talk to, and I just kind of took a chance because you didn't get back to me at the time. So I'm
glad there's no phone outage, but there was a phone outage yesterday, but it was from 3 to midnight. It was from, I don't think it affects me today, but it was a telephone outage from 3 p.m. to 11 p.m. or midnight. I didn't think it was going to affect us today, but I was prepared for the scenario if it did affect us. I was preparing for that exact scenario, Joey.
Okay, yeah, and that's why I wanted to, text you beforehand because
and I'm sorry about not responding to your texts. I'm just locked in on this draft, but we'll recap the top 8 again. Cade Anderson to the Nationals. Nationals have narrowed it to Ethan Holiday and Cade Anderson, but they haven't tipped their hand yet. I think it's Anderson. They need a pitcher more than a shortstop. CJ Abrams has been good for them. I mean, he was the Padres' first-round pick in 2019. He's been an effective shortstop for the Nationals. I think Cade Anderson's going to be – if Coastal Carolina had won the College World Series, I think Ethan Holiday goes here. But because Cade Anderson, he pitched that complete game shutout against Coastal Carolina, I think that put him in the number 1 spot, Joey. And it's not just that. It's Jonathan Mayo, Jim Callis, Kylie McDaniel, Keith Law. Everybody who does these MLB mock drafts is Anderson at 1. But it's not a lock yet because the Nationals have basically said we've narrowed it down to 2 players, Anderson and Holiday. So I can't really type a grade in for the Nationals yet because it's not officially official. They could remember in 2022, everybody thought Drew Jones, the son of Andrew Jones, was going to go number 1, and then Jackson Holiday ended up moving up to number 1 on the day of the draft, and it threw everyone off guard. So that's why I can't really lock in Cade Anderson at 1 because there's a possibility Ethan Holiday. Same thing happens with Ethan tomorrow. Yeah, and I've got the college pitchers we discussed last Saturday in the top 3. Liam Doyle at 2, Jamie Arnold at 3. I have Ethan Holiday going to the Rockies at 4. But here's the thing. I'm not afraid to draft a high school pitcher if they are a high school batter or pitcher if they are consistent. And this is the thing. Ethan Holiday was Oklahoma Gatorade High School Player of the Year 2 years in a row. Last year as a junior with a .407 batting average. This year as a senior, 6'11" batting average, 19 home runs. That is not normal for a high school batter. I was talking about this with William before you got on. You usually see a high school batter bat 400 or 500 and have under 10 home runs, or they're at 300 or under 300 with 10 home runs. There's no in between. It's either one or the other usually. And Holiday just went off this year. 6'11" batting average, 19 home runs. Those are not normal numbers for a high school batter. Those are exceptional numbers. So those are outlier numbers. We were. Yeah. It really isn't. Yeah. Yeah, we knew Holiday was going to be a star, so Holiday goes fourth. Number 5 was the hardest pick to make, but I do have Liam Doyle and then Angels, and then Mariners got Jamie Arnold, but Jeff Passan brought up the fact that Logan Gilbert's a UFA in 2028, and then the other two starters at Suarez and George Kirby are 2029 UFAs. So Passan brought up the point that if they take Arnold, they can be patient with him and reload at pitcher if one of their pitchers leaves. And that's a good thought process by Passan. And if they extend Logan Gilbert, they can keep him in the minors for an extra year, a fourth year if they need to. So that was a great point that Jeff Passan of ESPN brought up with the Mariners. So yep. Those 4 are all super talented. Arnold, Doyle, Kate Anderson, and Ethan Holiday. Those are going to be the top 4. I just don't know what order they're going to go in. Number 5 is really where things get interesting. This is where the first wild card scenario applies. I've seen Ike Irish listed here. I went with Aviva Arquette because I was reading something that the Cardinals reportedly love Arquette, and I don't see them passing on him. Arquette really didn't. Arquette was the one player that impressed me against Jamie Arnold when Oregon State lost to Florida State in the Super Regional. Arquette was a big reason why Oregon State got back to the College World Series in Omaha. And I mean, he had 19 home runs just like Ethan Holiday, and he had a 354 batting average in 65 games with the Oregon State Beavers. So I went with Arquette, the Oregon State shortstop, because he was a second baseman at Washington and he switched to shortstop at Oregon State. So I went with Arquette at 5. 6, I gave the Pirates Seth Hernandez, the top high school pitcher in the draft. And I if you remember back in February, I had 4 high school pitchers in my top 12. Because I thought the demand for pitcher was going to be sky high. I still have all 4 of those pitchers in the first round because all 4 of those high school pitchers were consistent. But Seth Anderson's still the best high school pitcher. He won California Gatorade High School Player of the Year for a second year in a row, but he pitched less innings with 53 and a third versus 56. But his strikeouts went up from 73 to 105, and he has 8 different pitches. I think the Pirates will gamble on Hernandez. They need a 4th arm behind Skeens, Mitch Keller, and Mitch Jared Jones. They need that 4th starter, but their bullpen's been better as of late. It's the batting that's been a problem. They could take a batter, but I went Seth Hernandez here because I don't see him falling past this spot. Even if he falls out of the top 5, when you're as consistent as Ethan Holiday or Seth Hernandez, you're going to get picked in the top 10. You just are. That's fair. Yeah, I mean, there's other high school pitchers in this draft, Joey. I had 4 in the top 12 back in February. Hernandez was my top guy, but there's a high school pitcher from Oregon. There's Cameron Appenzeller, the Illinois Glenwood High School pitcher in Illinois. He was on the White Sox at 10 in February. He dropped all the way to the Guardians at 27. We'll get to that later, but and then there's the guy from Aaron Watson from Trinity Christian High School in Jacksonville, who I ended up dropping from 12 to the Royals. So all 4 of the top 4 high school pitchers this year showcased consistency, but I think there's a lot more risk with drafting a high school pitcher versus a college pitcher. That's why these guys are going to drop. Marlins, I gave them Eli Willits. Xavier Edwards is making the league minimum right now. I think the Marlins are just going to go best player on the board because their thought process is going to be, well, if Eli Willits does develop as expected as a high school batter, we can trade Xavier Edwards for a king's ransom and get more prospects and then just reload without having to pay our shortstop what he deserves. Marlins, they have 32 of 40 players making the league minimum. That's where I'm at with the Marlins, unfortunately. So I want Eli Willits. I want best player available. Kind of lazy, kind of bland, but that's where I'm at with the Marlins mentally, because they're paying 80% of their roster the league minimum at $800,000 a year, and I can't see them going another route because that everyone's saying they're going to take a high school batter at 7. So I know that disappoints you. You'd like to see someone like Ike Irish go to the Marlins so you could go see him when he makes the jumbo shrimp. But I think they're going to take a high school batter. That's what I've heard, the Marlins. And then Ike Irish went 8th, the Auburn catcher. He made the transition to outfielder this year, so Toronto gets him as an outfielder. And then the Reds got Kyson Witherspoon, the Oklahoma pitcher, at 9. Why? Well, the data's conflicting. I mean, I said this with William before you got on. The data's conflicting. ESPN saying the Reds are going to get a high school batter, a college pitcher. Prospect Live is saying it's a college batter, a college pitcher. So the only congruent data is the Reds are taking a college pitcher. That's the only constant. And Kyson Witherspoon is the constant. And when you're looking for draft rumors, guys, you want to try to identify the constant, because the constant is usually the player the team picks. Not always the case, but usually more times than not, the constant is the guy the team's going to pick. So if you're looking for draft rumors, all that stuff, you want to identify the constant. What is the constant based on what you're hearing from multiple outlets, not just one? And Kyson Witherspoon is the constant. 124 strikeouts, 10-4 record. That's kind of why I went that route. But yeah, thoughts on this top 9, William? Everything checks out?
Everything looks good, man.
All right. I know I listed. Okay, there. I posted S and posted twice, but all right. The White Sox are hard. White Sox are interesting. They're picking at 10. They had the worst record in MLB history. And because of the MLB lottery, because they finished in the top 10 in TV revenue, they end up dropping to 10. And I gave the White Sox, I gave them Jace Laviolette, the preseason number 1 pick. There's a lot of rumors with the White Sox. They're linked to both high school and college players. A lot of people are mocking a shortstop to the White Sox. I do not think that is going to happen. Colson Montgomery was batting .500 in his MLB debut, and I know the White Sox kept him in the minors for 4 years because he's a high school shortstop, but if you've got a rookie who's batting .500, you're not entertaining the idea of replacing him, even if he's taken a long time to develop. You're not entertaining the idea of replacing him. So that's why I said I think we're probably going to see the White Sox take a center fielder or a high school pitcher. And with shortstop, with Colson Montgomery's had a really good start. I mean, he was batting .500 in his first 2 games. I'll check the numbers now, see if they've dipped. But the White Sox beat the Guardians last night, so I'm guessing, okay, he's batting .318. He was batting 500 after 2 games. That's come down to 318, but he's got 7 hits and 2 RBIs in his first week in the majors. So he's averaging 1 hit a day right now. That's his trajectory. Yeah. I don't think the White Sox are replacing him. There's a lot of mock drafts that are set like, no, they're going to take another shortstop in case he screws up. I don't think they are. And if they do, it's going to be in like the 3rd round.
Yeah, that's what I'm reading right here is them taking Billy Carlson, at number 10. And it's like, the one thing that after watching, this is my team, after watching them, lose the most games ever last year, they need to do something. And I'm not
buying the shortstop stuff. I think that's a smokescreen. I think it's either going to be a high school pitcher or it's going to be a center fielder. And Laviolette was the preseason number 1 pick. So that leads me to believe he will be the guy they pick. Because last year the White Sox said they were looking at high school batters and college batters. That turned out to be a smokescreen. They drafted a college pitcher, Hagen Smith, at 5. So the White Sox are going to lie to your face when it comes to draft rumors, and they're going to be very unapologetic about it. So that leads me to believe they're going to pick the guy they're talking about the least. And Laviolette's a guy they're not really talking about a lot because he entered the year as the top player, but his batting average dipped to 258 after batting 305. His batting average dipped to 208. And he would give the White Sox an upgrade at center fielder. But I think it's going to be Laviolette. They could go Appenzeller too, but I think Laviolette. They're going to get Laviolette, and they're going to hope Appenzeller slips to round 2. I don't think he will, though. So any thoughts on this top 10, William and Joey, before I get to the Athletics at 11?
Not really, man.
I know the Athletics are just referred to as the Athletics, but they technically do play in Sacramento until the new stadium in Las Vegas opens. So until then, I'm going to refer to them as the Sacramento Athletics. Every team is required to have a city associated with them. MLB just ignoring Sacramento like they're second-class citizens or a third-world country in Africa. I'm not going to have it here. I'm not going to have the MLB disrespect the city of Sacramento. That's not going to fly on this show. But yeah, the Athletics, they get Brendan Summerhill. They do need a center fielder. And Summerhill is a guy they really like. And Denzel Clark's only batting 207. I know Denzel Clark is a 2019 4th-round pick, but Summerhill was a preseason top 5 player. He fell to the Athletics at 11. I can't see them passing on him. And they've done really well with college batters. Jack Wilson and Nick Kurtz are both in the running to be Rookie of the Year. I think they're going to stick with that formula and get another college bat, and I think they go with Summerhill here at 11. And then the Texas Rangers at 12, I gave them Gage Wood, the Arkansas pitcher. Gage Wood, his ERA is not great, but it's not horrible either. And Gage Wood, he really did well in the College World Series. I mean, he had a very good outing in the College World Series. And they've got guys in the minors like Jack Leiter and Kumar Rocker that just haven't developed yet. And he had that 19 strikeout no-hitter with only a hit batter keeping him from a perfect game versus Murray State. I mean, he had that very dominant outing versus Murray State in the Super Regional, I think, for the College World Series. Maybe it was the College World Series, because I think, I think it was the College World Series, because I think Murray State made the College World Series, but they didn't advance past the opening round. Because Joey and I were talking about potentially, we were talking about a Murray State Coastal Carolina championship, how that would be awesome to see 2 small school teams get there, but that didn't end up happening.
Darn it. I always love underdogs, man.
Yeah, I agree. But it didn't happen this year. But I think Gage Wood probably makes sense for the Nationals. Arkansas pitcher. The Giants get Billy Carlson at 13. This is a team that actually does need a shortstop, and Billy Carlson makes a lot of sense for the San Francisco Giants. I know they prefer college batters over high school batters historically, but when the value's there, they're not afraid to swing the fences for a high school shortstop. And Willie Adams, he bats sixth. He is under contract till 2032. So you have until 2032 to develop Billy Carlson into an MLB shortstop. That's plenty of time for the San Francisco Giants. And that's why San Francisco is a situation where Billy Carlson could succeed, because you'll have more time to develop him. And Willie Adams is not a liability, but I also feel like he's not a guy who's going to move the needle either. He's a good player, but he's not, he's not a play. He hit 32 home runs with the Brewers last year, and the Brewers lost Willie Adams. The Giants paid him a big contract, $31 million for 7 years. He's gonna get $13.142 million the first 2 years, and then he's gonna get $31 million for 5 years after he's 30. So that contract looks good right now, but it could age horribly in a few years. And Carlson is a guy you can bring up to develop, and you can take your time with Carlson because you'll have Adams on your MLB roster. Rays got Gavin Killen, the Tennessee second baseman. Killen's a guy who's been rumored to the Rays. 330 batting average, 9 home runs. He was a freshman shortstop at Louisville. Then he transferred to Tennessee, took over for Christian Moore, the second baseman that got drafted by the Angels in the top 10. And, that's the thing I'm looking at with him. He took over and he showcased 5-tool ability, 60 runs, 210 at-bats, 75 hits, 13 doubles, 4 triples, 15 home runs, 671 slugging percentage, 46 RBIs, 30 walks, 441 on-base percentage, 6 stolen bases, and a 963 fielding percentage. The only thing he really needs to improve is maybe steal more bases, but, he's got 5-tool ability if he develops. And then the Red Sox, they get a high school pitcher, Cruz Schoolcraft. Cruz Schoolcraft was the Oregon High School Pitcher of the Year for the second year in a row. And this year, his ERA went up from 0.39 to 0.52. And, he had 146 strikeouts in 2024. This year, he only had a 5-0 record. I don't know why it says 50-0. This is really pissing me off because I know I double-checked this, and 5-0 record, and I swear he had more than 2 strikeouts. That cannot be correct. I'm double-checking something with Cruz Schoolcraft. You and Joey can talk about what you see in this draft so far, what stands out. But I'm going to – do you like any of the high school pitchers? I'm just curious because –
you talking to me?
I was talking to both you and Joey, but I'm just kind of confused. Okay, 82 strikeouts. I knew the 2 strikeouts was bullshit. I was just trying to figure out what I did wrong. Okay, there we go. That's fixed. But yes, Cruz Schoolcraft. I like Schoolcraft, and I think the Red Sox need a pitcher. And I think, the Schoolcraft only has 3 pitches in his arsenal. He has a fastball, a 96 four-seamer, an 82 slider, and a 70-mile-per-hour changeup. Those are the only 3 pitchers in his arsenal. He's consistent. He's good, but, if you have less than 4 pitches in your arsenal, sometimes you get moved to the bullpen. And that's the thing, Joey. That's why there is some risk with Schoolcraft. I would argue there's more risk with him than there is with Seth Hernandez, but I guess that's something we disagree on. But still, he had a .521 batting average, 10 home runs, so he can be utilized as a first baseman or a pitcher, kind of like Shohei Ohtani. So there is some upside with him, and I gave the Red Sox Schoolcraft. Twins got Tyler Bremner. UC Santa Barbara pitcher. The Twins need more pitching, and Tyler Bremner was the number 2 pitcher behind Jamie Arnold in the preseason, but there are some durability concerns with Bremner. He only pitched 77.1 innings after pitching 55.1 innings. I like to say 55 and a third instead of I don't know why I said 88 and 2/3 innings pitched, 55 and 1/3 innings pitched, and then 77 and 1/3. I don't know why I went 1.1 instead of 1/3. I hate doing that, but I did that. But yeah, I went Bremner here. I don't think Bremner's going to fall very far in the draft. He had a very good 2024 season, but he was a lot shakier in 2025. 5-4 versus 11-1 in his sophomore year. His ERA went up, but it went up to 3.49. It's under 4, and he has 2 really good fastballs. He has an 87 slider and a 70 mile per hour changeup. That's his secondary pitch. So, and I think Arnold. But yeah, that's the thing. Arnold and Bremner entered the year as the top 2 pitchers, but Arnold's going to drop to 3 because Liam Doyle and Cade Anderson were just that dominant, and Bremner had some durability concerns, so I think Bremner slides to Minnesota here, but he still gets picked up. And then the catcher run began. The Cubs got Caden Bodine, and the Cardinals got Luke Stevenson, the North Carolina catcher. So the catcher run begins at 17 and 18. The Orioles, Weiwa Aloy. I went with a shortstop for the Orioles. Aloy, he began his career at Sacramento State, transferred to Arkansas, and he makes a lot of sense for the Orioles. 350 batting average, 179 total bases, 19 doubles, 2 triples, 21 home runs, 10 hits by pitch, 9 stolen bases on 12 attempts, 978 fielding percentage. Aloy is from Hawaii. He makes a lot of sense for the Orioles if they want to reload at shortstop. And the Brewers, they get JoJo Parker from Purvis High School in Mississippi. He is I almost left this guy out of the first round of my mock draft, but he is a guy who was the Gatorade High School Player of the Year in Mississippi. He projects a 20 to 25 home run hitter, 489 batting average, and 13 home runs at Purvis High School in Mississippi, number 9 on MLB.com, and the Brewers get him at 20. The Astros get Devin Taylor, Indiana left fielder. They need a left fielder to round out that batting lineup, but everything else in the Astros batting lineup is stacked, and Taylor Trammell left fielder is the weak link in that batting lineup. So I decided to address that. And Devin Taylor, he's gotten better each year he's been in Indiana. I mean, he went from 16 home runs as a freshman to 20 as a sophomore to 18 this year, but his batting average went up from 315 to 357 to 374. He had 12 stolen bases this year, a 981 fielding percentage. He can play left fielder and third baseman, but left fielder is his main spot. And I think he's a player that the Braves got a shortstop. They got Daniel Pierce from Mill Creek High School. Atlanta could go another route because there's a shortstop from Georgia in next year's draft, high school shortstop from Georgia. And if the Braves like him more, but Daniel Pierce, he was the District 8 Player of the Year in the state of Georgia, which is the highest district in Georgia. He lost out Gatorade Player of the Year to Keon Johnson, who's in 4A, which is 4 divisions below 8A for Gatorade High School Player of the Year. And Keon Johnson had better numbers. Keon Johnson had a 524 batting average and 10 home runs in 4A. That's why he won out over Pierce. It's not the level of competition that matters. It's what you do. So basically, according to Gatorade, Ashton Ginty, even though he played weaker competition, should get the Heisman over Travis Hunter. That's basically because Pierce played stronger competition than Johnson, but Johnson won High School Player of the Year, which is the exact opposite of what happened with Ginty and Hunter in the Heisman. But hey, it is what it is.
Oh man, too many people are arguing that too, saying, "Oh, well, Ginty played against Boise State in competition and blah blah blah." It's like you're telling me that he wouldn't have gotten that many yards again at Alabama or someplace
he was thinking
else.
about transferring to Oregon, but he didn't. And if he had, he's probably the Heisman winner.
Yeah, and well, the whole thing that came down to what was the hype.
That's the thing. If Ginty transfers to an Oregon or Ohio State and Travis Hunter stays at Jackson State and Prime stays at Jackson State, we're talking about Ginty winning the Heisman by probably a bigger margin than O.J. Simpson, but people don't want to have that conversation. People don't want to have that conversation. They just want to love and appreciate what Hunter did, and that's fine. But that's the truth.
It was fine.
That's
It was
the truth. That is the sad truth, William. With NIL and the portal, the Power 4 schools are going to get more bias from the Heisman voters.
Oh, for sure, man. And it's just how it's going to be when there's somebody that comes in like that, and they're playing under Dion. They got the popularity, they've got the hype and everything else, and it's like, Hunter didn't play against very good competition either, but it's like
he played Big 12 teams. Ashton Ginty played Mountain West teams, so we're giving Hunter the Heisman on that alone, even though Ginty's had the better production. That's basically the argument.
Yeah, and Ginty did just as well against Oregon as he did against anyone else. And it's like, I think they played against Penn State or something along those lines.
Yep.
And it's like, Penn State had one thing to do, and that was stop him.
And he still got 100 yards in Penn State. He couldn't get in the end zone. And yes, he did have 30 carries against Penn State, but he still ran for 100 yards against Penn State, to his credit. So, yeah. But whatever Georgia wants to do with their double standards. And Georgia's got a lot going on this week. Not only do they host the MLB All-Star Game, SEC Media Days down in Georgia. My only regret is we didn't get media passes, because that's the thing. It's like, they need to have the All-Star Game in Atlanta every year, because if you have the All-Star Game in Atlanta every year while SEC Media Week's going on, fans can cover both events, and you could have a mini vacation in Georgia. Like if they have the All-Star Game in Georgia again, I'm probably going to go, simply because not only if we can get media passes to SEC Media Day, because not only could we go to the All-Star Game and cover the draft, William, we could get college football media coverage for both Draft Utopia and Under the Bleachers, and that's just a win-win in my opinion. So
I love it, man.
Yeah. The Kansas City Royals got Aaron Watson. There are rumors the Royals love Aaron Watson. Aaron Watson, I had the high school pitcher going 12th back in February. And, Aaron Watson, his ERA, he improved his innings pitched from 37.1 to 66.2. Damn it. I hate the 0.1 rule. I wish you'd say 37 and a third. I know. 37 1/3, 66 and 2/3 innings. And strikeouts, the E does not come before the K in strikeouts. But yeah. Aaron Watson, I like Watson's fastball. This was a guy I was telling Joey, you should go scout this guy in Jacksonville when you got a chance, because I really liked Watson. And there's rumors the Tigers want him, the Royals want him, even Cleveland's looking at him, and they're looking at Appleton. They're looking at the two high school pitchers. That's what I'm hearing with Cleveland. And Joey hasn't really said a lot. I think he's waiting for me to get to Cleveland's pick before commenting, because there's a lot of players, a lot of picks to break down. And I think he's got the most to say on that pick. But
I do want to comment on this one, because as you know, Chris, my personal life, I have not had a lot of time. I have been going for about 5 months straight. But I will say this: when it comes to Jacksonville, say whatever you want to about the city. When it comes to athletics, you have an amazing baseball player, you have an amazing baseball team, you have amazing football players, you have amazing schools that produce amazing athletes. So unless you're hiding under a rock, you should not be surprised about this.
Mac Jones played high school football in Jacksonville. He was born in Jacksonville, and then he committed to Alabama, okay? So now he's playing for the Jaguars. So what does that say? I think he got re-signed as the backup. I could be wrong on that, though.
I actually feel really good for them, because this is like any other team that got to come home, a player that got to come home and play for his hometown team. I feel great for him.
Yeah, and we'll see what happens. But I'm looking at the Royals. They've got a lot of pitchers in their on their roster, but not a lot in their prospect pool. And I think Watson just fits what the Royals want to do. He improved the velocity on his fastball from 91 to 96 miles an hour. I think that's the biggest reason why he's still in the first round, because he had a he had a 1.12 ERA as a sophomore, 2.44 ERA as a junior, and then he got that down to 0.64 as a senior. So I think Watson did enough to remain in the first round. And he's got two really good fastballs. He's got a sinker that's 95, a slider, and a changeup. Good variety of pitches. And then Anthony Ayenson, the LSU number 2 starter that pitched the Sunday game in the College World Series, is the player that I gave the Detroit Tigers at 24. They love Ayenson. They also love a pitcher on Southern Mississippi, which I'll get to in the sandwich portion of the first round. But Ayenson was the number 1 starter on UC San Diego. Remember, Paul Skeens, he spent 2 years in Air Force before he transferred to LSU in his draft year, before he went number 1 of the Pirates. LSU is great at poaching these really good number 1 starters in the portal. And with them winning a second College World Series in 3 years, them and Tennessee are going to continue to be the powerhouse teams in college baseball. Those teams are going to get the best recruits. Tennessee's got a legendary recruiting class for high school baseball if all the high school players decide not to sign with teams and go to college for a few years. So Tennessee could very easily win 2 in 3 years, just like LSU did this past year if some of these high school batters choose to go the college route. And Padres, they get a player that I was trying to tell Joey about earlier this week. They get Quentin Young, Oaks Christian High School third baseman. And this guy is going to be a game changer. This is the guy I would tell the Dolans to pound the table for, because, you know, Quentin Young, he is the nephew of Dimitri Young, and he's the nephew of Dimitri and Delmont Young. And he was originally supposed to be part of the 2026 draft. He reclassified, and what can I say? Quentin Young, he could play every spot in the infield: third base, shortstop, second base, first base, left fielder, right fielder, and designated hitter. He can play all those spots. And Quentin Young is 6'6", 215, 318 batting average, 18 home runs, 9 stolen bases, a 95-mile-per-hour fastball, which he throws with precision and accuracy when fielding, a 980 fielding percentage as a senior at Oaks Christian High School. And the previous home run record at Oaks Christian High School was 6 home runs. He hit 18. He tripled that. And not only did he triple that, his floor is Jason Worth or Delmon Young. His ceiling is Dimitri Young's base running, Vladimir Guerrero Jr.'s power hitting, and Jose Ramirez's defending. He has all of that packed into one. Most MLB mock drafts have Quentin Young in the second round. He's the nephew of Delmont and Dimitri Young. I don't know why. His numbers are fantastic, and those MLB bloodlines should have teams salivating to draft this young man. Like, if the Guardians pass on Quentin Young, I want SEAL Team 6 to pay a visit to the Dolans. Sorry, Joey. I just think Quentin Young's game is that freaking good. It's like, that's how good I think Young's going to be. I think this guy is going to be the steal of the draft, if I'm being honest. Quentin Young. So if he falls to Cleveland and you don't want to pay Jose Ramirez when his contract's up, draft Quentin Young and stash him in your farm system, because I think Young is going to be a star. And he's a guy who can get very late in the first round or possibly in the second round that ends up being one of the steals of this draft.
That's one thing that I'm big on is bloodlines like that, you know, and just, you know, these players, whether they're coming into the MLB, NFL, whatever, man, when they come from, you know, a family like that, you know, they've been bred for this their entire life, man. They've been raised for it. You know?
Yeah, and it's not just the bloodlines, it's the versatility, it's the size, it's the batting average, the home runs, stolen bases, everything checks out. He literally checks every box. So I don't really care if he's a high school player, if he checks every box like he's done. So Young is a player I really like, so I had to put him on the Padres. I wanted him to fall to Cleveland, but San Diego, this is a guy they are rumored to love, and I love his tape. I could not let him slide any further in this mock. You got anything you want to add to the Quentin Young argument, Joey, before I get to the next pick? Because William contributed to that and did a good job with the analysis. All right, I'll get to the Phillies then. We're going Steele Hall to the Phillies. Hewitt-Trussville High School in Alabama. Phillies are rumored to be taking a high school batter. And look, if Kyle Schwarber, when Schwarber becomes a UFA, you can move Trey Turner, your shortstop, to designated hitter, and you could just draft another shortstop and reload. And Steele Hall, he had 9 home runs, 486 batting average, and 14 doubles, 5 triples, 35 RBIs, 46 runs, and 60 hits. And for Cleveland, I went Cameron Appenzeller. We mocked him to the White Sox at 10 back in February. Why'd I go Appenzeller? Appenzeller is the wild card among these high school pitchers. 6-0, 0.64 ERA, 85 strikeouts in 43 innings. This year he went 5-0 with 2 saves out of the bullpen and a 0.81 ERA, but he had 128 strikeouts in 69 innings pitched, and he only pitched 2 innings in his first game after taking the Glenwood basketball team to the state championship where they lost, but he pitched 18 strikes on 20 pitches with 5 strikeouts in his first game out of the bullpen. And then this year, then in 6 innings, he pitched 10 to 12 strikeouts. He could pitch 12 to 14 strikeouts in 7 innings, 14 to 18 strikeouts in 8 innings, and he has 1 complete game shutout where he pitched 20 strikeouts in 9 innings. So this guy, Appenzeller, is a wild card, and he could play out of the bullpen or he can be in your starting lineup. And I believe he is a guy Cleveland's rumored to like. I believe he's the guy they will ultimately end up picking. He led Glenwood Titans to back-to-back state championships in 3A as a junior and a senior. Very consistent, ton of command and pitching accuracy. The big thing he needed to do was add more muscle and improve velocity on his pitches. He added a sinker, 94-mile-per-hour sinker. His 92 fastball goes up to 95 out of the bullpen. His 2-seam and 4-seam fastballs go up to 95 out of the bullpen. His 94-mile-an-hour sinker goes up to 96 out of the bullpen. His 86-mile-an-hour changeup goes to 88 out of the bullpen. And his slider, 78, goes up to 80 if he's utilized out of the bullpen. And his velocity will continue to improve as he adds more muscle because he's only 180 pounds. He's 6'6", but he's only 180 pounds. And Appenzeller is a player that Cleveland reportedly loves. And if you're upset with this pick, Joey, don't worry. I gave Cleveland 3 college batters in the second round. But I think Appenzeller is the guy Cleveland's going to pick. Preseason top 10 pick. And he's the only high school pitcher in this draft who's been utilized as both a starter and a reliever. So that is what I think is going to appeal to Cleveland in addition to the fact that he's a 2-sport athlete. What are your thoughts on this pick before I get to William and before I get to the back end of the first round? Joey, you got anything you want to add? William? I mean...
Oh, I guess I don't have anything to add, man.
All right.
I was waiting for Joey.
I think Joey wants to say something, but his microphone's muted. Can you call you on TalkShoe? Okay. All right. I can't hear anything you're saying, Joey, so I'm just going to try TalkShoe. I don't know what the deal is. Try calling into TalkShoe. Because I think Joey would say something about Cleveland because he listens to Cleveland. He listens to a lot of stuff. He hasn't really said anything about Cleveland. I'm going to go to the back end of the first round, but I told him to call in to TalkShoe. Maybe we'll hear him better there. All right. I'm going to get to the back end of the first round. Royals are going to get Merrick Houston. Merrick Houston, Wake Forest shortstop. He is a guy who He's a guy who played shortstop at Wake Forest, but he has 3 starts at third base. His fielding percentage at third base is actually better than his fielding percentage at shortstop. I found this out through Baseball Reference. Great website if you want more baseball information. And Merrick Houston's considered a top 15 player. So from a value standpoint, Merrick Houston makes a lot of sense here. And I think Merrick Houston, you have Bobby Witt Jr. locked up until 2038. And with Miguel Garcia set to be a UFA in 2029, drafting Houston and developing him in your farm system makes the most logistical sense for the Royals. The Diamondbacks get Slater DeBrun, a high school batter. He ran a 6.39 60-yard dash. That's like the 40-yard dash in baseball. The Orioles got Cam Canarella, a guy I went to scout in person. He went 4 for 5 against Pittsburgh. He's a guy the Orioles love. I saw a Pirates, Braves, and Tigers scout at the game I went to. I didn't see any Orioles scouts there, but ESPN saying he's a player they love. And they need another center fielder. Cedric Mullins is set to be a UFA. Cam Canarella is a perfect player to develop, roll the dice on at this point in the first round. And then Xavier Nayans was a high school third baseman that he won Gatorade High School Player of the Year in Washington as a junior. His batting average went down. He only hit 3 home runs as a senior, so he failed to repeat as Gatorade High School Player of the Year. But he's a guy you can roll the dice on. The Brewers get Charles Davian. Their left fielder is locked up till 2030, but Davian's a guy you can develop patiently and reload once your left fielder walks. So that's kind of why I went that route for the Brewers at 32. And I mean, this is going by a lot quicker than I expected. I'm trying to figure out what I know I misspelled something because I could see the screen. Let's see what did I forgot the B in doubles. That's what I did wrong. Maybe there's something else I did wrong, but it's hard to identify everything. I type so fast, sometimes I forget to type exactly what, or I'm not pressing the key hard enough. Maybe that's it. Maybe I'm not pressing the key hard enough. Cason Cunningham out of Johnson High School is a player that top 15 grade. He fell to the Red Sox in the sandwich portion of the first round, and he was Gatorade High School Player of the Year for the second year in a row in the state of Texas. So has a 4.37 GPA. Marcelo Mayer transitioned from shortstop to third base. So the Red Sox, they're probably going to get another shortstop to replace Trevor Story. I want Cason Cunningham out of Johnson High School. And then the Tigers, the other pitcher they love is JB Middleton. He fell to the Tigers at 34. So the Tigers get another college arm in JB Middleton. 10-1, 2.31 ERA, 122 strikeouts, 105 1/3 innings pitched. He was 6th in the nation in strikeouts. This guy reminds me of Gavin Williams, the Cleveland pitcher, Middleton from Southern Miss. He reminds me of Gavin Williams back in 2021 coming out of Carolina. The fastball's there. He's got a slider. He's got a cutter fastball and a changeup. Good variety of pitches. Doesn't have that curveball. No injury history. Middleton, I really like. I think Middleton's going to be a steal in this draft. I don't know where he'll end up going, but something tells me Middleton's going to end up being one of the steals of the draft. He was the number 1 starter. Brady, Corona High School. Brady Ebel from Corona High School goes to the Mariners. Angel Cervantes, the final high school pitcher to make the first round of my mock draft in February, falls all the way to the Minnesota Twins, and he can develop into either a future long reliever or starter. And then the Orioles got Jacob Morris, Coastal Carolina pitcher who went 12-1 with a 2.45 ERA. His only loss in the championship to LSU against their number 2 starter. But I think Morrison's floor is a number 5 starter. His ceiling's a number 1. And Jacob Morrison, he makes a lot of sense for the Orioles at 37. Gavin Fine from Great Oak High School goes to the Mets at 38. Gavin Fine, he's a guy who 5 home runs as a senior. Really, his batting average dipped a little from 411 to 358. The Yankees are looking at college pitchers. Joe DeZerwa out of Michigan State was the Big Ten Pitcher of the Year. 72 on MLB.com, 104 strikeouts in 91 2/3 innings, 8-3 record, 2.36 ERA, 1 complete game shutout. First player to win Big Ten Pitcher of the Week 4 times since Alex Wimmers on Ohio State back in 2009. And he also won Big Ten Pitcher of the Year. DeZerwa is ranked 77 on MLB.com, but he's a first-round talent. Basically, he's the Jalen Milroe of this draft because Milroe was ranked around 77. You had a first-round grade on him. DeZerwa is basically he could be the Jalen Milroe of the MLB draft. He could be the biggest steal in the draft. He could fall to the 3rd round, but I think he's a first-round talent. And DeZerwa is a guy that I have cracking the 1st round. And I have him going to the Yankees. So, because the Yankees are looking at college pitchers. The Red Sox are looking at high school guys. Mason Lagenza of Tamaka Area High School in Pennsylvania goes to the Dodgers. He's listed at 217 on MLB.com. But the thing is, William, the Dodgers love him. And I got to give the Dodgers the benefit of the doubt here because 424 batting average, 90 runs, 81 hits, 4 doubles, 11 home runs, 47 RBIs, 667 slugging percentage, 43 walks, 24 stolen bases, 555 on base percentage, and a 970 fielding percentage. If he's ranked 217th on MLB.com and the Dodgers have this guy in the top 30 and the tape checks out, I'm inclined to believe that the Dodgers information on him is more accurate than MLB.com's information, but we'll see where he ends up on draft night. And we've seen a Pennsylvania high school batter in the first 4 rounds of each of the last 5 MLB drafts. So I don't think that trend is going away. And Mason Lagenza, I think he ends up on the Dodgers. But yeah, that's a guy outside the top 200 did make my 1st round. So, and then Josh Hammond, another guy, 3rd baseman with 417 batting average, ends up on the Dodgers. The Rays get Sean Gamble at 42. And to wrap out the 1st round, Max Bellew, a preseason top 10 pick that I mocked to the Marlins back at 9 in February, ends up on the Marlins at 43 as a right fielder for the future. His numbers dipped. His batting average dipped. He still batted over 300, but he had under 10 home runs. I guess the SEC competition was just tougher than the Big 12 competition because he was Big 12 Player of the Year as a sophomore, and then Texas made the jump to the SEC. So you knew he was going to get tougher competition. I'm guessing he underwhelmed or had to disappointing degree. But Max Bellew to the Marlins is what I did. That's my 1st round. William, Joey, you got anything you want to add to that before I get to round 2?
Guess not, man.
Yep. All right. All right. Well, I did not do a 3rd round. I probably should do a 3rd round, but my eye was hurting last night, and the MLB draft is going to be 3 rounds. I'll make the MLB draft results page 3 rounds, but mock draft's only going to be 2 rounds because my eye has been very sore. And some of the guys that fell to round 2, Ethan Conrad to the White Sox. This is a guy that, I've seen him mocked to Cleveland at 27. I think he's a 2nd round left fielder. Here's the thing with Conrad. He only had a 389 batting average and 9 home runs at Marist. He had a 372 batting average and 7 home runs at Wake Forest through the 1st month of the season before season-ending elbow surgery in March. Okay, some people have him going to Cleveland at 27, but the elbow surgery, the medicals, I could see Conrad dropping to round 2. And if he does, the White Sox, if they're smart, they'll draft him. Because Andrew Benintendi's your left fielder right now, but is Benintendi going to re-sign with the White Sox when his contract's up? He won a World Series with the Red Sox. He got to the AL All-Star game with the Royals, and then he got moved to the Yankees at the trade deadline before signing that big contract with the White Sox, which starts in 2023 and ends at the end of the 2027 season. So it really doesn't make sense for the White Sox because Luis Robert Jr., their center fielder, is a free agent in 2026. That's why I gave the White Sox Laviolette at 10, and Ethan Conrad would be the replacement for Benintendi in round 2. The Rockies, they need pitching. All their pitchers have an ERA of above 4 or 5. That's been the case the last 2 years. Zach Root, the number 1 pitcher in Arkansas, 126 strikeouts, 3.62 ERA, is the guy for the Rockies at 45. And he's got a 94-mile four-seamer, 91 two-seamer, 97 sinker, 84-mile-an-hour changeup, 81 curveball, 51 strikeouts with his curveball were the most among any pitcher in the NCAA. I know Joey is afraid of pitchers with curveballs due to their injury history, but Root has no injury history at this time. That's why I think he's going to get picked very early in round 2 if he makes it out of round 1.
Yeah, there was a kid in high school that was a grade or 2 ahead of me. He ended his career with a curveball. I mean, he was he might have been headed somewhere too.
Yeah.
And so yeah, it's definitely says something.
Yeah, and a lot of the top pitchers have a variety of pitches, and they don't have a curveball in their arsenal. So I think we are seeing less and less pitchers use curveballs. That's part of how MLB's evolving.
Mhm.
In that respect, Mason Neville, the Oregon center fielder, 290 batting average, but he had 26 home runs. And I believe he is a guy with the ceiling to become a 40 to 45 home run guy that consistently hits 42 home runs each season in the MLB. That is the type of ceiling Mason Neville has. And yeah, if you can get a player who hits 40 home runs in the second round of the draft, you are doing something right. Whether he becomes that player, we'll see. But, you know, Stomach decided to rebel. I mean, I don't know. I'm not going to get into details on that text Joey sent me. That sounds like it's kind of personal. That if you had a problem like that, I think you'd want me to keep it on the down low too, William. So Brian Curley, Georgia pitcher. He went 4-4 with 2 saves out of the bullpen. He had 90 pitches in each of his final 6 starts, but some teams are going to feel he was more effective out of the bullpen versus starting before his ERA went up. So I went Curley because the Angels are looking at bullpen guys in the second round. The Angels need starting pitching more than anything else, but they are legitimately looking at bullpen guys. And Curley is the best bullpen guys of the guys they're looking at. Curley is probably the best bullpen guy of the guys the Angels are looking at. So that should tell you what you're getting with him.
I've been trying to expand my spine most of the morning, so I missed what I'm supposed to be offended by.
We were talking about Cameron Appenzeller, the Guardians. I'll recap quickly because we're on round 2 now, but I'll recap quickly what I did because I want to get your thoughts on Appenzeller because this was a guy who was a top 10 pick. He fell to Cleveland at 27. He was a preseason top 10 pick, and he's a guy who can come in out of the bullpen, pitch 18 strikes on 25 strikeouts, but he can also be used as a starter. He also has a game with 9 innings pitched and 20 strikeouts in a complete game shutout. So that's who fell to Cleveland at 27, and they love Appenzeller. They are a team linked to Appenzeller.
I'm not going to sit back and say I don't like Appenzeller. He's a good player. He's a very good player. But to say he was a top 10 pick,
I had him at 10 in February. But I was waiting to see what guys would be risers and fallers before I moved him down because he pitches in Illinois. I figured the White Sox might take a hometown guy at 10, and the White Sox like Appenzeller too. So I had him at 10 in February because of that. But now I don't think he goes in the top 10 now. But back in February, that was my first mock draft. So
okay, fair enough. That's something I never agreed with. But if you're going to Cleveland, you can say whatever you want.
He led Glenwood to back-to-back state championships in 3A in Illinois. Back-to-back state titles. So that is
everyone about Cleveland's ability to produce hitters, but you cannot dispute the fact that when they produce pitchers, these guys are legit. Whether they have 1 year of success or 10 years of success, when they produce pitchers, it is legit.
Yeah.
So going to Cleveland, well, who's going to bet against him being a star, whether it be in the bullpen? No, they put the
Appenzeller played basketball in addition to baseball. He got he got Glenwood's basketball team to the state championship where they lost, and then he won another state championship in baseball. So he's a two-sport athlete and a winner in multiple sports.
Just put it this way. They took a 35-year-old and turned him into a legitimate starting pitcher. He is now pitching again this year. What are you going to do with a guy that, in your estimation, one of the top multi-sport athletes in high school baseball? What are you going to do with that if you put him in that pitching factory? And anybody listening?
Yeah, I had 4 high school pitchers in my top 12. I did not think all 4 pitchers back in February were going to go in the top 12, but I was looking for pitchers to move up into the top 12 because I thought there were like 5 to 7 teams that needed pitchers in the top 12 back in February. But here's the thing. Among the pitchers in this draft, Seth Hernandez, Cruz Schoolcraft, Aaron Watson, and Appenzeller, who of those 4 do you like the best, and who do you think is the most overrated of those 4? I'm just curious.
Appenzeller is obviously the most overrated. What were the other 3?
Seth Hernandez, who we had the Pirates at 6. Aaron Watson, the Jacksonville pitcher, and Cruz Schoolcraft, the Oregon pitcher, the Oregon high school pitcher, Cruz Schoolcraft.
I have to say, that's tough.
Because I had all 4 of those pitchers in the top 12. I moved Schoolcraft down to the Red Sox in my final mock, and then I moved Watson ahead of Appenzeller in my final mock, but I had Appenzeller at 10 and Watson at 12 back in February.
Would be my most underrated. Dude's fucking amazing.
Yeah.
You know, it's like, and let's not, throwing shade.
I'm not going to throw shade at any of these pitchers, Joey, because they all showed they could be consistent, which is pretty rare for high school pitchers. So they all showed they could be consistent. So I think that's why they all belong in the top 27.
Appenzeller is not as good because he doesn't measure up to those guys. But at the same time, if you're going to put him with a team like Cleveland, when it comes to credentials, when it comes to track record of promoting and making sure pitchers become everything they can be, you're not going to get a better team than Major League Baseball in Cleveland.
Yeah.
So this is the perfect position for him to be in. No matter what you think about him or regardless of the name of the situation, you got to look at the situation and say, this is perfect.
Yep.
Perfect.
Yep. So far, we sandwich portion of round 1
Hey,
happened.
hey, Chris, on top of that, dude, I mean, I was just seeing players in this draft, between the sizes, of 5'9", which was I can't remember. It was a pitcher, Cunningham, or something along those lines. And then the next one is 6'6". How much do these teams value the size. I mean,
Some teams value size a lot. Other teams don't value it at all. I mean, look at what happened in the NFL draft. Some teams valued production over size. And then hockey, there was like a surplus of size guys in the NHL draft
Well, yeah,
that we watched a few weeks ago.
we mentioned that with Cameron Schmidt. I was just thinking
Cameron
about
Schmidt
that. I
fell
was
to
like,
Dallas, which is crazy because the Stars assistant
5'9" with
GM
3 inches of
basically said
hair.
we had a first round grade on him in their press conference after the draft. They were basically kind of dickheads about it, but hey,
5'9"
I'm happy.
5'9" and 3 inches of hair. But then there's also attitude. Like Schmidt had a severe case of little man syndrome, but it's like some of these
He played with
players,
fire though. That's the thing.
There's quarterbacks
he played
like
with a lot of fire on the ice.
There's quarterbacks in the NFL like Kyler Murray that's 5'9" and he doesn't have little man syndrome, and he's he's the most overrated average quarterback in the freaking
and that's
league.
why I campaigned so hard for a Panthers Cardinals Christmas Day game, and you could call it the elf on the shelf.
Well,
the elf on the
shelf. Well, no, man. Bryce Young has the body of a 14-year-old boy. When I was playing varsity football at 15 years old, dude, and I was 6 foot, about freaking 160, something along those lines. I wasn't very big, but I was bigger than the rest of them, dude. And I mean, it yeah. Anyway, saw too many of those guys with the little man syndrome. I mean, but
to recap the second round so far, Ethan Conrad fell to the White Sox because he had season-ending elbow surgery in March. Zach Root went to the Rockies. Mason Neville went to the Marlins, and Curley went to the Angels. All right. Now that we're all caught up, Joey, William, what do you guys want to say before I get to the next pick? I'm going to give you guys the floor.
On the White Sox, I want to say that, I'm sitting here reading that they literally, want the best players on their team, that they're after the best players, and they're talking about drafting shortstops. And it's like, dude,
Colton Montgomery's batting above 300. He was batting 500, and he's averaging 7 hits in 7 games.
Okay,
he's averaging a hit a game. I don't think they're going to replace Montgomery.
After watching that last year with them losing the most games ever,
yes,
I want to see the second coming of shoeless Joe Jackson. And none of these guys sound like that. Well, if they're wanting the best players and they're talking about drafting Billy Carlson, and there's a few others here and there. I've been reading this back and forth all freaking morning, and where the hell do they go from here? They have to do something. The last time I can remember them even really winning was 2005.
They had Ozzie Guillen. They won the World Series.
That's 2005.
20 years ago.
Yeah,
that was their peak.
Yeah, and it's like, dude, that was after.
They had a few years where they won the AL Central, but they never did shit in the playoffs.
Yeah, and it sucks, man. They're my team, and it's like I want to see something actually happen. And how do they do that, man? I mean,
I think Hagen Smith's going to develop, but by trading Garrett Crochet for prospects, you're basically just setting your franchise back because you don't want to. You're not in a position to contend, and you're hoping the prospects you get will put you in that position.
Well, that's a hope and the dream. I mean, of all. Yeah. Sports, isn't it?
I went Ethan Conrad because Benintendi's a left fielder. He's a really good left fielder. He won a World Series with the Red Sox. He got to the All-Star game with the Royals. Then he got moved to the Yankees at the trade deadline. Then he signed a big contract with the White Sox. That's going to expire in 2028. I don't think Benintendi's going to want to re-sign with the White Sox. Maybe I'm wrong on that, Joey and William, but I don't think Benintendi's going to want to re-sign with the White Sox. So,
hey, Joey.
Impart my wisdom on you guys because I'm
waiting.
Thank you for cutting me off because he gave me time to reevaluate my statement. So, but in this situation, I'm going to want the White Sox this year. I really have. And they ain't as bad as their record. They're really not. They got some guys. And you give them 2 years with a couple of the guys they drafted, bring them up. We may be looking at last year, the worst team in Major League Baseball history. 2 years from now, we may be looking at a potential ALCS challenger.
I'd say AL wildcard challenger, but I think you have the right idea, Joey, because you look at the draft picks they made from 2024 with Hagen Smith. You look at what they're going to do this year. Right now, they're projected to get the #1 pick in the 2026 draft. So if Hagen Smith develops, your picks this year develop, and your picks in 2026 develop, you're in a position to where you could potentially start contending again by 2027 or 2028. I don't think ALCS is realistic, but I think wild card is realistic with 6 teams.
Well, this is baseball. This is baseball. You and I both know. A couple hitters get hot, a pitcher gets hot, and suddenly you go from a wild card contender to the freaking World Series. We've seen it before. It happens.
Yeah. Baseball, there's way more parity. The best team on paper doesn't always win. Sometimes it's the team that has momentum at the right time that wins versus the best team on paper.
Hot, and once they get hot, it's like in the last 2 series, like Jose Ramirez has got so hot. He's hit like 7 home runs in the last 10 games.
Yeah.
5 in the game. I mean, it just somebody gets hot, and guess what? The Guardians have won 4 out of their last 5 after losing 10 straight. You know, it's just who's getting hot and when.
Yeah.
Well, speaking about that, what are your Guardians going to do, bro?
I gave the Guardians Cameron Appenzeller. We just had a pretty long conversation about that, but they have 3 second round.
Let's talk some more, man.
They have 3. They've got 3 second round picks. We'll get to them, but Brian Curley went to the Angels. Marcus Phillips to the Athletics. Go ahead, Joey.
You know, the Potter family is big in Marine tradition. My father was a World War II Marine, and my uncle was a Marine. Dad was a sergeant, Uncle Eddie was a sergeant, and Uncle Eddie was in Korea. They taught us one thing, and it holds true in sports, especially in scouting. Believe half what you see and none of what you hear. You're going to hear it a lot. That's where it came from. It came from the Marines. Believe half what you see, none of what you hear. I'm sure everybody's heard it. So, when it comes to scouting these guys, believe what you see more than what you hear.
Yep. Marcus Phillips, the Tennessee pitcher, the Athletics. He was the Saturday night starter. Athletics are going to need pitching. I went Marcus Phillips at 48. James Ellwanger, the Dallas Baptist pitcher. Nationals drafted him in the 19th round out of high school 2 years ago. They draft him once again. He could be a number 3 starter next to Gore and Cade Anderson. Pirates go high school batter Tate South-Sining. I've seen South-Sining in the first round of some mocks. He won Gatorade High School Player of the Year, 495 batting average, 9 home runs, 50 runs. He did a lot for the Pirates. He did a lot for his team. I think he will be a player that ends up surprising some people. And I've got him to the Pirates. The Reds get the top first baseman in the draft at 51, Andrew Fisher. I think Andrew Fisher's a first-round talent. The problem is that outside of the Reds and the Guardians, there's not a team that really needs a first baseman. It sounds like the Reds and Guardians are going to go for value over need. Best player on the board versus getting a best player on the board versus getting a player that helps them in a position of need right now. So that's why I have Fisher dropping as far as he does. But I think Fisher is a top 30 player in this draft. And if he falls this far, he's going to be a steal. Forbes goes to the Texas Rangers. Dean Moss, IMG Academy. Another IMG Academy player for the Rays. The Twins get a high school pitcher. Landon Harmon, he went 6-0 in 30 innings, the 1.17 ERA, but he had 112 strikeouts as a sophomore, but he never recaptured that magic after that. The Cardinals get Riley Quick. Cubs get Alexis Lodis. Alexis Lodis won the Dick Howser Award. There are 5 awards in sports for college athletes to win. There's the Heisman in college football. There's the Hobie Baker Award in college hockey. There's the James Naismith Award in college basketball. There's the Dick Howser Award in college baseball. It's the college baseball version of the Heisman. And then there's the Herman Trophy Award, which goes to the best male and female athlete in college soccer. So those are the awards. Your goal as an athlete once you get to college is to win one of those awards. If you want to help your team win, most importantly, but individual accolades like those pretty much guarantee you a spot in the first round. And Alex Lodis is a Dick Howser winner that fell to the second round of this draft with the Chicago Cubs. So, and Lodis, he had a 394 batting average, 17 home runs this past year, and he was 6 for 6 on stolen bases with a 9.77 fielding percentage. So, when's the last time I think it was Jason White, maybe William, the Oklahoma QB, the last time
I remember him.
Player who went undrafted. I think that was the last Heisman winner to go undrafted. So when you win an individual award and you fall out of the first round, that does not happen very often.
Dude, he tore his knee up. I mean, ended his career back before they, had players coming back in 8-9 months, from an ACL. This was before that. And Jason White, absolutely. I mean, his knees were bad. Yeah. And ended his career, man. But I remember, he got in.
You'd think he's a first-round player since he won the Dick Howser Award, college baseball's version of the Heisman, but,
Well, yeah, but also...
Every now and then you'll get, like, a Heisman winner that falls to the second round. It doesn't happen very often anymore. With the success we've seen from guys like Baker Mayfield, it doesn't happen anymore. It doesn't happen anymore.
Overshadowing
Tebow got picked by
injury.
the Broncos in the first round after he won the Heisman as a sophomore, even though a lot of people said he was not an NFL quarterback.
Well, also White had a weak arm. He wasn't much of anything, and he ran a pure spread offense. That was nothing more than
Chris Winkie, I think, got drafted in the third round, but he was horrible. He was horrible in the NFL. Even though he won a national title, I think he won a Heisman in his junior year at Florida State.
Yeah, he was a 28-year-old rookie, and for Carolina, and Carolina cut Jeff Lewis that year, and then started him.
But it's been a long time. It's been at least like 10 or 15 years since we've seen a guy. Maybe 20 years since we've seen a guy who won an individual award in college drop to the second round of the draft. Because,
that's very true. Chris, you guys both make great points on this. But I think in the context that we need to look at, I don't know if we looked it up. Chris, you may have. What is the success rate of individuals that win college awards that go in the second round and the success rate of college players that win awards go in round 1?
Yeah, I'm looking up the Hobie Baker Award winner to find a player that fell to the second round of the NHL draft that won the award.
What about Kyler Murray? He went number 1 overall. He was
he did. One notable name, Johnny Gaudreau. Johnny Gaudreau got drafted by Calgary in the 4th round of the 2011 NHL draft. He won the Hobie Baker Award 3 years later in 2014 during his junior year at Boston College. So that is one player who did have success, because I think the guys who fell out of the first round, Winkie and White, who were Heisman winners, did not have success. So That's one outlier in Johnny Gaudreau. That's one outlier in terms of there are a few in the NHL. Adam Gaudette, he went 149th in the 2015 NHL draft, the Connor McDavid draft. He won the Hobey Baker in 2018. So there's a few guys who have won. There's a few guys who have won the Hobey Baker Award in college after they got drafted. And they fell in the draft. So there's a few guys who've had some success in Vesey, and Vesey's a good role player, but he's never Gaudette was a good role player, not a star. Gaudreau was a star until he died a few years ago after the car accident he was in. But yeah, so there's a few for hockey. So I think we're I'm not going to count Gaudreau as Gaudette as a success. I will count Gaudreau as a success. So we're 1 for 4 with award winners that fell to the second round. Yeah. And there's, let's see, the James Naismith Award. Joey was curious about the correlation. That's why I'm looking this up.
Definitely.
Cooper Flagg, Zach Edey, Obi Toppin. I think Oscar Tshiebwe. I think he went in the first round. Luke Garza, Iowa. Luke Garza. Did Luke Garza, where did he get picked? Luke Garza was a second-round pick in 2021. He's drafted by the Pistons. He fell to the Celtics. So Luke Garza won the James Naismith Award as a senior. And Garza's a nice role player. Jalen Brunson also won the James Naismith Award award in 2017, 2018. Led Villanova to a championship. Got drafted by the Mavericks in the second round after they took Luka. And the Mavericks managed to get rid of both players. They let Brunson walk after his contract was up. Brunson became a star with the Knicks after being a complimentary player to Luka early in his career with the Mavericks. So Brunson, I think so far out of the I think we're 2 for 6 so far on players that fell to the second round, Joey. I could be wrong on that, but I think we're 2 for 6 so far on players that won awards and fell to the second round.
Yeah, that's definitely an interesting.
Still got 2 sports to go, but I'm looking to see if there is a player that fell to the second round that won this award. And no, there hasn't been a player. Everybody who won the award in baseball ended up going in the first round. I mean, even dating back to Mark Pryor, Mark Teixeira, J.D. Drew, Chris Benson, Todd Helton, Brooks Kieschnick from Texas is a utility player, Scott Bryant, Alex Fernandez. Did Alex Fernandez, where did he get drafted? Where was he drafted? I don't know where he was drafted, but yeah, he was on the Marlins and World Series team in 97, but Dick Hauser Award started in 1987. Robin Ventura won it. Jason Varitek won it. Varitek was, I'm trying to think, when was he drafted? 21st overall. So Varitek was a first-round pick. Frank Rodriguez. I'm just seeing what the outlier is for how many Dick Hauser Award winners. Okay, so so the last second-round pick to win the Dick Hauser Award was Frank Rodriguez back in 1990. And Dick, he had a 6-year career in the MLB. Red Sox for a year, then he got traded to the Twins at the deadline, then he got traded to the Mariners, and then he had 1 year with the Reds. So, and he had a career ERA of 5.53. So I'm not going to count him as a success. So that's 2 for 7. Mark Teixeira, Pryor, all went in the first round. Ricky Weeks, Jared Weaver, Alex Gordon, Brad Lincoln, David Price, Posey, Strasburg, Youngman, Bryant, AJ Reed. These are all first-round guys. These are all guys, because I remember pretty vividly a lot of these guys getting picked in the first round.
Well, I'm also looking this up. Jason White was also a Davey O'Brien Award winner.
Yeah.
Yeah. Just saying.
Jason Kopp Kevin Kopps is a pitcher from Arkansas. He fell to the Padres at 99 in the 4th round. and he's still in AA. So Kevin Kopps won the Dick Hauser Award. So I'm so far we're 2 for 8, and then I'm going to look at the Herman Trophy Award. See what Herman Trophy players fell to the second round. Is there a Herman Trophy winner that fell to the second round of the MLS draft? Mia Hamm won the Herman Trophy, but she was a first-round pick, I believe, in her league. Michael Adudokin, Usman Silla, Duncan McGuire. Dante Polvara won the Herman Trophy at Georgetown. Did he ever go to the MLS? He signed in Scott. He turned down a homegrown deal. He was not eligible for the MLS draft. Gloria Amanda, Robbie Robinson went number 1. Andrew Gutman. Gutman, I think he was a homegrown player. Yeah, he was. So I'm just Ian Harkes, Baquero, Jordan Morris, the homegrown. Leo Stoles, Patrick Mullins, Wenger, Darlington Nogby. Most of these guys were guys that were homegrown. Nope, 3rd overall by the Crew. I'm just trying to find a player that fell to the second round of the MLS draft that won the Herman Trophy Award. That's basically what I'm looking. 4th overall pick, Danny O'Rourke. Chris Wengert, St. John's. He was Chris Wengert, Columbus Crew. He was drafted by the Crew in the second round of the MLS draft. He played 356 career MLS games, but he only had 4 career goals. But he was a defender. Wengert was a defender. That's why he only had 4 career goals. But he was a fullback. Would he count as a success, Joey, if he played in the MLS for 15 years? If he played in the MLS for 13 years, does he count as a success? Journeyman, but he played 49 games with the Crew, 16 with the Rapids, 204 with Real Salt Lake, 28 with New York City FC, and 43 with Real Salt Lake in a second stint. Would he count as a success or a failure, Wingert? I would say he counts as a success. So that's 3 for 9. So 33% chance success rate for these second round trophy winners. That's what you get.
I would say that's a success. It's like that would be saying is Colt McCoy a success? Like he was a backup for 12 years.
Yeah, so in Columbus, Wengert was both a fullback and a defensive midfielder, and he played 356, 352. Actually, he played 340 career MLS, 340 MLS games. He had 12 games with the Brooklyn Knights and 4 with the New York Cosmos, but he had 340 MLS games from 2004 to 2017, and he was a second-round pick. So, yeah, I would say that's a success because a lot of MLS draft picks now, they get cut after their rookie year. So, even if you're a backup on your team, if you're a backup on your team for 5 years, you're not a bust. You're not a success. You're not a star. You're not a household name, but you're not a bust either. So, you kind of have to look at it from that perspective, too. So, I would say Wengert was a success for a second round pick. So we'll count him. That's 3 for I believe that's because we had 2 second round picks for baseball. We had a second round pick for hockey. We had a second round pick for basketball, and then we had Wengert. So that's 3 for 9. 3 for 9. So you have a 1/3 probability of succeeding if you fall to the second round of the draft and you win the best collegiate athlete in your sport award. You have a 33% success rate. Those are the numbers. We ran the numbers. Those are the numbers because Joey was curious. So that's not bad. That's better than I expected. I was expecting like 25 or 28% success rate. So 33% for a college athlete that wins best player in their sport.
I like the math.
3 for 9. That's better than I expected because I was expecting. Weren't you expecting somewhere in like the 25 to 28% range, maybe lower?
Yeah.
So
I could definitely just eyeballing it, somewhere in there.
Yeah. So that's better than I expected. But yeah, Alex Lodis, Cub. Mariners MLB draft named Jack Bauer, just like the 24 character. He's a lefty from Lincoln Way East High School in Illinois, and he has the most velocity of any pitcher in the draft. He has a 103 mile per hour four-seam fastball and a 102 mile an hour two-seam fastball. That's the most velocity among any pitcher in high school or college in terms of velocity. So there's a pitcher in this year's draft named Jack Bauer after the 24 character, and he has more velocity on his arm than any other pitcher in the draft, which I think is awesome.
Agreed.
And can we have the 24 music and on the MLB pitch clock whenever Jack Bauer's on the mound? Dude, and then he just throws a fastball. I'm sorry. It set me up for that one, guys. But yeah, Bauer, the Mariners. Matthew Fisher of Memorial High School in Indiana. He was Indiana Gatorade High School Player of the Year. Memorial High School has not had a player drafted since Don Mattingly back in 1993.
Oh,
so
I remember Mattingly.
Yeah. You guys want to talk about Mattingly's career briefly for all the Memorial fans out there before I get to the next pick? Because
we definitely could, man. I had a
Fisher's
rookie
the
card.
first player since Mattingly to get drafted by Memorial High School. They have not had a player drafted in 22 years.
I had a couple of his rookie cards. I don't know whatever happened to him, man. I got a box of them somewhere.
That's cool. Was he on the Yankees?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
I think he was like their first baseman back in the day before they got Jeter. I just don't know the history or the context.
Yeah, dude. No, he was a hell of a player, man.
Yeah, so if Fisher becomes even a tenth of what Mattingly is, he's going to be a steal at 58. The Brewers got Alec Blair at 59.
Look, Chris, I was trying to clock in. My phone wasn't doing this thing. But as far as Mattingly goes, Mattingly was the greatest, most unspectacular person I have ever seen in a Major League Baseball game. I mean, Tony Gwynn was spectacular, but he was unremarkable. Mattingly was unremarkable and unspectacular.
I don't think I've ever heard such an accurate description.
That with the greatest stats that you could ever imagine, but he did nothing that stood out. Nothing stood out about him. He was just the most. He
stood out
in Major League Baseball history as the most consistent player.
Yeah, he stood out.
Raise a fuss to ever live. But he was amazing, and he had probably maybe the best mustache of anybody in Major League.
Yeah, and Matthew Fisher is a chance to be the first player from Memorial High School to be drafted since Don Mattingly back in 1993.
He never had the mustache that Don Mattingly had. That was
you've just issued a challenge to Matthew Fisher.
And bringing back
probably thinking, you know what? I got to grow a more ridiculous stash than Mattingly. Good luck.
Some memories today, man, between Mattingly and between Chris Winkie.
Well, whenever a high school has a drought
Jason White,
a player being drafted, I have to acknowledge it. I have to acknowledge it. And that's the thing. Yeah. Every time a player from a different high school gets drafted in the MLB, we put that high school's logo on our site. I mean, Cole Young from my old high school, North Allegheny, got drafted by the Mariners in the first round, and Joey Porter Jr. was in the 2023 NFL draft right after Cole Young. So I was thinking, you know what? Cole, he's going to go in the first round, maybe get picked higher than Cole Young, but Cole Young's still the only first round pick from my old high school. Now, Lincoln Hoke has a chance to maybe join Cole Young in that first round territory because Lincoln Hoke, he's going to Pitt. He's Chris Hoke's son. Chris Hoke, former Steelers defensive tackle. And I heard from a student that went to high school with me that I don't know if this is true. It could be bullshit, but I heard Chris Hoke wants Aaron Donald to personally train Lincoln Hoke. So if that happens, Lincoln Hoke's going to break out, whether it's at NA this year or whether it's at Pitt, whenever he arrives on campus. If Chris Hoke's son trains with Aaron Donald, he is going to become a star. Even if he's a 3-star recruit, You know
want
what's
to
going
talk
to happen,
about
Joey, because there's always these 3-star, 2-star recruits in football that end up surprising people, and then they become stars once they get to the NFL because they have that chip on their shoulder from not being recruited high enough.
my high school is not known for anything at all whatsoever. I mentioned a player earlier that a couple grades ahead of me, and I mean, as remarkable as that went, he just went down the road to college and that was it. He had nothing else. We have nothing else. It's completely unremarkable. Bill Musgrave went to high school just down the road here, and that's not even just down the road because I'm from 70 miles away, man. So you can't even really count that either. That's like I said, he's a hometown hero. That's another one. That was actually an article that I named Bloodlines was Luke Musgrave, his nephew, and yeah, that was a fun evaluation to do, but the kid can't stay healthy.
Alec Blair. Braves got Brandon Compton at 60. This is a guy who went from 354 and 14 home runs to 271 and 9 home runs. He did have 10 stolen bases. Royals got Ryan Mitchell. He's a high school second baseman that had a 468 batting average, 10 home runs. He was the Gatorade high school pitcher. He was the Gatorade high school player of the year in Tennessee. His head coach said he has plate discipline of a future Hall of Famer. That is very. This could be a typical example of a high school coach overhyping his player. This guy could also become something at the MLB level, though. So, because you rarely hear that. But I guess high school coaches got to hype up their players. It's been a while since I've heard a coach say that about a player, that he's got the plate discipline of a Hall of Famer. So we'll see what happens with Ryan Mitchell.
Yeah.
Ethan Petrie to the South Carolina.
I just, Chris, William, I gotta ask if I heard you correctly. Did you just say Bill Musgrave as in me, Billy Musgrave?
Yeah. Oregon Duck.
1992, San
Oregon
Francisco
Duck.
Super Bowl championship team.
Yeah. I got
Long-time NFL coach, current Cleveland Browns.
Yeah, he follows me on Twitter.
Long-time advisor.
He follows me on Twitter.
Yep.
Okay,
because of that article that I wrote on his nephew.
Can you confirm that he has gained about 60 pounds since his playing days?
He was about 205.
Joey, way to scare Bill Musgrave away. If William wants to get Bill Musgrave on under the bleachers, now that's not going to happen because you scared him away with your weight comment. Way to go, Joey. Way to go.
He can turn off his camera like I did mine. I mean, come on now. There's no shame in turning the camera off, man.
There really isn't.
And whatever we have going right now, whatever we have going on right now for audio and everything is totally working.
Former coordinator, consultant, coach. I love Bill Musgrave. Please,
Cleveland Browns coach.
If you're listening to this, go on under the bleachers, please.
Yeah. So
let's see.
I appreciate eat the pitch.
I'll ask him.
Yeah, Ethan Petrie, South Carolina outfielder. I got him to the Tigers. Mitch Voigt, the Michigan second baseman, fell to the Phillies. Bryson Stott's a UFA in 2028. Mitch Voigt, 346 batting average, 72 hits, 17 doubles, 14 home runs, 14 stolen bases. He's got the tools to develop into a 5-tool batter. And then we're going to get to Cleveland at 64. So Cleveland's got 3 picks in the top 70 at 64, 66, and 70. And they're all college players, Joey. So first guy I went with is Dean Curley, the Tennessee shortstop. I like Rocchio, but I think he could be upgraded down the road. And Dean Curley, he had 12 home runs in 2024 as a freshman, but his batting average was not consistent enough at 285. He improved from 285 to 315. He improved his home runs from 12 to 14. Still at a triple. He went from 8 10 doubles to 8, but he improved his runs from 51 to 67. He improved his hits from 63 to 76. And he was the shortstop on Tennessee's championship team that won the College World Series last year. So I went with Dean Curley to the Cleveland Guardians at 64. I know you've seen a little bit of Curley watching college baseball the last few years. I know you've seen a little bit of Curley, Joey. Maybe not a lot, but you've seen enough of him to give an opinion on him. I would hope.
Who's that?
Dean Curley, the Tennessee Volunteers shortstop. He went to Cleveland at 64 in this mock draft.
Yeah, it's not sure I'd give him a Cleveland at 64. God damn. Especially the way Daniel Schneeman's been playing second base, right? You know, it's.
Well, I think Curley's an MLB shortstop, and you've got Rocchio.
He is, but Rocchio's been about as inconsistent and as anybody on the team. But the bottom line is, while I may not agree with his position or team, as a prospect, we've talked about this so many times about shortstops and second basemen being so. They flooded the market so much it is difficult to get into.
That's why there was a shortstop at 51 that didn't make the second round of my mock draft because the MLB is just saturated with shortstops. And next year's draft has 6 high school shortstops in the top 9. So we're just going to continue to see MLB mock drafts saturated with shortstops.
In this situation, I was a right fielder that converted to third base, that converted between first and third base. I played some second base, I played some shortstop. The athleticism, the ability to bend does translate from shortstop to third base. My hope, if this would come to pass, was that they would put him down in the minors and trade him as a third baseman because Hosey, I love Hosey. I love Hosey to death. He is one of the greatest Cleveland icons in the last 8 years. Even though nobody knows who he is outside of the Cleveland area because they don't freaking pay attention. He is one of the best.
Some of the diehards know who Jose Ramirez is, but everybody else outside of the diehards doesn't know he exists. That's the point you're trying to make.
He's one of the best baseball players of the last 50 years. Nobody knows who he is because he decided to take less money to continue to play for Cleveland. But he ain't getting younger. He's not getting younger. I think that if this situation would come to pass, I would take this kid, I would smash him, and I would teach him how to play third base.
Yeah, and we can find out what positions he plays on Baseball Reference. We can find out how many other positions Dean Curley played besides shortstop on Baseball Reference because they give you interesting. Baseball Reference says he played second base, third base, and shortstop. So he played all 3 of those positions.
I take him because Daniel Schneeman right now, I mean, just if you didn't see the highlights last night's game.
Well, here's the thing. Dean Curley played 65 games at shortstop in 2024, 10 first base as a freshman. This year, he played 29 games at second base, 22 at shortstop, and 23 at shortstop and 22 at third base. So he has 32 games of experience at third base. He's got...
That's important. That's important because if Schneeman can cement himself a second and right now...
And you got Bazzana, too. You've got Bazzana, too, in your farm system. So you don't...
Thank you, because that was the name I was about ready to put out. thank you for that. And then you hit this Posey, you know,
I gave Cleveland a first baseman with their next pick, but I really felt like Curley would be the right player for Cleveland at this spot.
Well, at some point, Posey's going to have to go to DH because he's going to get older.
Yeah.
I mean, he's already old. He's going to get older. There's nothing you can do about that. And you've got Manzana, who's going to eventually end up being a full-time first baseman, so he's not going to be DH. So you're going to need that third baseman there. So in this situation, Chris, you're 100% correct. This is a 100% correct pick. This pick makes sense, 100%. If you're really thinking it through, and maybe I thought it through a little more than you did.
Yeah, you
in that situation.
Because I was looking for a shortstop that had over 10 home runs and a batting average of 300, not just one of these high school players that the experts are telling me to pick. I actually did some research with Cleveland here and went with Curley because he impressed me a little bit more than some of the high school guys in the top 50.
And then I took it to an entirely different
Yep.
level.
You elevated it. You took it from level B to level A, and you made it, my argument, a lot stronger. The Dodgers get Jordan Yost with the next pick. He's the final player in the top 50 on MLB.com. And then Cleveland got Henry Ford. I had Henry Ford going to Cleveland at 27 back in February. Henry Ford fell to Cleveland at 68, so they get him as a first baseman to replace Santana. So if Manzardo stays at DH, you have Ford as your first baseman of the future. If you move Ramirez to DH, you have a third baseman and a first baseman of the future. And even if Manzardo moves to first base, Ford could still be a very effective utility player.
And the thing, but that's interesting because something I've been noticing, Manzardo draws a lot of walks. Manzardo, every time he hits the ball, even if it doesn't lead to a hit, he hits the ball hard. It is a freaking rocket.
Henry Ford is like a late third round grade on MLB.com, but I think someone's going to take him in the second round. Henry Ford was a guy at a first round grade on in February, and I think someone's going to pick him in round 2, and I wouldn't be surprised if it's Cleveland.
Did you actually like a Ford?
Yeah, I like Ford. He's a good player.
Yeah, it's like I agree with you guys. It's like I don't think Ford's going to be there at Cleveland at this pick, but for the sake of argument,
if he makes it to 66, you pick him. You pick him and you get him.
Pick him, but the question is, where do you put him? Because right now, Angel Martinez is.
If Ramirez stays at third base and Manzardo stays at DH, he's your first baseman of the future. And if you move Ramirez to DH and you have Dean Curley as your future third baseman, Ford's probably a utility player, but he can also play in the outfield. He can play left field and right field in addition to first base.
Well, that's the problem because Angel Martinez right now, he looks like a star. He's raw as hell. But man, if you watch him play, he's getting doubles.
Well, I guess Ford would be a really good utility player if one of the guys you have is in a slump. Maybe left field.
Because one of the arguments is why haven't they moved Stephen Kwan to center field at this point?
They drafted a center fielder in the first round, Chase DeLauer, and they're banking on him being the center fielder of the future. That's probably why they haven't moved him.
Maybe, but if they draft this guy, maybe with Ford going over there, they move Kwan. Because DeLauer has been injury prone to the point that they're scared to bring him up.
Yeah, and if you draft Ford, you have another guy to push DeLauer because he can play outfield. He's a first baseman / corner outfielder. So
indeed, and that is a really interesting pick, and it's not a pick that I can run with like I did the last one, but this one I can actually put into context and say, well, we know that they want to do this, they're waiting on this, so on and so forth. And Ford will allow it because, and mark my words, there's one name nobody's talking about. That's Angel Martinez. Look him up, watch his tape. Boy is balling out right now.
And tomorrow's MLB draft, they're going to air the first 3 rounds. I only did a 2-round mock, but I didn't know because usually they only air the first or second round on MLB Network. One year, I think they aired Brewster's Millions with Richard Pryor right after the first round of the draft, and teams were still making picks in the second round. But MLB Network was like, nah, it doesn't matter. And a lot of people got pissed off about that. I enjoyed Brewster's Millions, but there were a lot of fans on X that were pissed off about that. But that MLB Network did do that one year. But yeah, the Brewers got Briggs McKenzie out of Corin Holders High School in North Carolina. Zach Strickland from Marintha High School went 6-0 as a senior, 10 starts, 0.58 ERA. He has 5 pitches, a 4-seamer, a 2-seamer, a C-mine slider, an 81 changeup, 73 curve. And then Cleveland again at picks. Wait, I thought Cleveland had 70 instead of 69. Hold on a second. I'm going to get the draft order. No, Cleveland Orioles had 69. So who the hell did we skip in the mock draft? Because Cleveland should have 70. We skipped somebody. Okay, we skipped the Rays. That's why. That's why this mock is all effed up. Okay, I got to give the Rays a player. I did not think I skipped a pick.
Oh,
okay,
man. Dropping the ball, Christopher.
Yeah, here's the fun part, though. We're going to go through MLB's draft board, and we're going to pick a player out ourselves that's still on the board.
Oh, God.
I guess we have to, since I forgot to add a pick in.
Is Derek
Let's
Jeter
see.
still available?
Derek Jeter is not still available, William, but I'm pulling up the rankings right now. We're going to go through this here. Best player on the board is number 51, but I already gave the Rays a shortstop. I don't want to give them another short. That's no fun. I don't like doubling
no double dipping.
I don't like double dipping. Let's see. What do we got here? Michael Lombardi's off the board. Chase Shore's the LSU pitcher's available, but he had an ERA of above 5. Daniel Dickinson, I already gave the Rays a second baseman. I don't like I don't like double dipping at different positions. I'm kind of a realist in that respect.
Or single position.
Yeah, I'm just trying to think. I thought I gave the Rays Corbin Dickerson, but that gave the Royals him. So let me think here. Luke Hill, he's a third baseman on Ole Miss. Jared Jones, first baseman on LSU. How do you guys feel about Jared Jones? 6'4", 246. I'm thinking Jared Jones to the Rays. LSU first baseman.
All right.
Deal. You guys cool with Jared Jones, LSU first baseman to the Rays? Because I did not think I skipped a pick, but Rays. I'm gonna go with Jared Jones, the LSU first baseman.
And whatever we got going right now for audio and video and everything is totally, completely working. I don't want to jinx us or anything, but whatever the hell we got going is working, dude. I can actually understand what Joe is saying.
Yeah, audio's been perfect today, which is awesome.
Yeah, dude.
Yeah.
So I'm going to continue doing what I'm doing here on my laptop.
And I've already got the draft order for my 2026 NFL and NHL mock draft set up. So I'll start getting into film next week after the MLB draft ends, but I also am going to vacation a little bit because my brother's in town. It's his birthday today. He's going to be in town. So I am going to do a bit of a mini vacation. I'll still keep up with you guys. If you have anything planned for Under the Bleachers, I will participate, but I am going to relax a little bit. I've earned the right to do that. I also got to renew the website. I got to renew.
Well, happy birthday, Chris's brother.
Yeah, Andrew came on to talk about the Super Bowl with us, if you remember back in February, Joey. Yeah, Andrew.
Right on, man. Is there a hangover involved?
No, there's no hangover involved.
Damn it.
We might go to Top Golf. Top Golf. I've never been to Top
Huh.
Golf. There's a Top Golf near my apartment. We might go to that. There's also a Raising Cane's near me. Like there's a
Okay.
Raising Cane's. There's no way to get to it though, because it's in the middle of a highway, so there's no way to walk to it. So, and I don't have a car,
Yep.
so like I can't get Raising Cane's frequently. I basically have to
No hookers and blow then, huh?
no. Raising Cane's does have really good chicken, but you know, it's not a place I can go
I've
to.
never been there, man.
You were missing out. Their chicken is incredible. We went to the one in Boston by Boston University when we scouted Macklin Celebrini.
Oh, nice. Nah, man, I've been east of you one time in like West Virginia for like a few days, and that was it. Other than that, I've been all out here in the West.
Damn, Jared
Wild,
Jones
wild
is good. 64 home runs in 3 years. 14 when LSU won the College World Series as a freshman. 28 last year and 22 this year. And his batting average is above 301 in all 3 seasons. Jared Jones is really good. Like,
Can we?
Joey should kick my ass for not mocking him to the Guardians. Really, Jared Jones is really good.
Can we take off that one dude from the injured guy from the White Sox and put Jared Jones on there?
Are you thinking we swap? Yeah, that's a great idea, William. Because Jared Jones, the White Sox traded Andrew Vaughn, their first baseman, to the Jared Vaughn, their first baseman, to do we give the Rays a left fielder? Because if we gave the Rays a left fielder, I'll swap those picks. Let's go through the Rays picks here, because I will do that if we can.
I love it. It was my birthday like a few weeks ago.
Yeah, we'll swap those two. Because Jared Jones, I don't know how the hell he's ranked as low as he is, but you know he's a guy who should not be. He's a player who should not be ranked as low as he is. Jared Jones should not be ranked.
Shoeless Jones Jackson.
Because I'm going through the MLB.com rankings. They have him below Henry White, but I think they have him like the 80s. And it's like, he's not going to go that low. He's not going that low.
I see him in no lower than the 60s. No lower than the mid-60s. I don't know why they've got him so low. It does not make any sense.
It really doesn't. They have him at 101. So they don't even have him in the top 100.
Dude, he's almost Cam Newton size.
Yeah, and they have him in the top. They have him at 101 on MLB.com's top 250. They have him at 101. So it's like there are not 100 players in this draft better than Jared Jones. Just looking at what I see.
William, I gotta ask, is Major League Baseball.com on as many drugs as good at this point?
Come on. Jim Callis and Jonathan Mayo do a lot of hard work going around the country scouting these guys. They must have a valid reason for why Jared Jones is ranked as low as he is.
Anyway. Yeah, this totally works too, because I could Google crap on my phone now too.
Reading his stuff, I say,
yeah, I'm typing his freshman, sophomore, and junior numbers on the site. But yeah,
I invited Billy Musgrave on.
Awesome.
So
yeah, and you know, I love that, William. You such a great player, who was unfortunate or fortunate, depending on what it was, to sit behind some of the greatest quarterbacks in history, yet he may have lost opportunity. But he gained so much knowledge, and he has parlayed that into a 30-some-year coaching career that is probably
very much so
the greatest careers nobody ever talks about. And so that would be a great person to sit there and just pick his brain.
That was one of my first lessons in scouting, because I was pretty much convinced he was the second coming of Joe Montana. It was like,
and it really goes to show when the Super Bowl's almost over, and Deion Sanders, of all people, this is before the Coach Prime stuff, back when he was still the main guy in the league, goes to the coach and says, put Billy in. Give Billy his moment. And that shows you the type of man and type of player he was. And it also shows you the type of guy Deion is and the type of relationships that are built and how Bill Musgrave knows how to build relationships because he's been a part of it.
Yeah.
So it would really be a fascinating interview.
I agree.
I mean, wait, he's still a coach in Cleveland, isn't he?
Yeah.
I was gonna say, man, I mean, with Shedeur there, I mean, hey, might have something good to say then.
I always one thing I've learned this year more than any other year is because when I had the old Draft Utopia logo up, I used to get flaked on now that I put the newer logo on our Twitter handle, whenever I message someone, I always get a reply, even if it's just a rejection or it's a no thank you. I always get a response, and that's better than getting nothing. So getting a response is always better than getting left on red. So, I think if we had this logo back in 2018, we probably would have gotten a no from Baker Mayfield when I tried to reach out to him for an interview, but we're always getting responses from whoever we reach out to. And I think the other part of it is Draft Utopia is now at 10K followers.
Yeah.
Back in 2018, I reached out to him for an interview before he got drafted. I did reach out to him. I know you were the original Baker bro, but I tried to reach out to everybody back in 2018 before we were an established company.
I could have probably got you that simply because of my fandom.
Yeah.
And you didn't tell me about it?
I told you about it. Maybe you didn't hear me when I told you about it.
But it was like, dude, that would have been one interview that I probably could have secured for you. Because as far as Baker Mayfield goes, I've been a Baker Mayfield fan since he was a freshman in high school. Since he was a freshman in college. I rode the Baker bus before anybody knew who he was.
You did, because I remember you telling us about Baker during the 2017 Senior Bowl week. Because we were talking about I loved Mahomes in that draft. I thought Watson would be okay, and he was good with the Texans. He's been a disaster with the Browns. I thought Kaiser had a chance to do something, and I did not like Trubisky. We both did not like Trubisky on film.
Kaiser had all the tools to be
He did.
multi-time Pro Bowler, but he did not have the mental acumen, and he was forced into the game before he was ready, before he had a knowledge of it. And we watched one of the worst exhibitions of professional quarterback we've ever seen. Not because he didn't have the physical skill, but he wasn't ready mentally.
Yep.
And mental ability in sports, not just in football, but in sports, is as important. I say Deshaun Kaiser is a perfect example. It's at least 50% of what you need to succeed in professional sports.
Yep. And I'm going to swap Jared Jones with now that I've got the write-up done for Jared Jones, Ethan Conrad, we'll swap those two.
Do you need more Deshaun Kaiser talk while you swap?
No.
Oh, I like Kaiser coming out, man. We can talk Kaiser.
You and I can roast these guys all day while you swap picks.
Yeah, because I'm only getting
Okay, just making sure, because we can do the roast of half a freaking, sports league.
I think part of it, because I reached out to multiple people in the hockey community that I could not get interviews for in the past, and I was able to get some responses. And sometimes I just try to get a feel for what a guest wants to do, because I versus inviting them on right away, because I'm trying to figure out, okay, are they live streaming the draft? What's their schedule like? And sometimes you just want to reach out to someone and see what their schedule's like before you invite them on and try to get like logistics and stuff handled. But I met a lot of hockey people. I met Anthony, I met Lance, and I was able to hit it off with both of them for hockey. So I think, scouting in general is just getting a little bit easier for me, which is good, because when you have other people in the industry, you can get feedback, you can get other things, other perspectives, and it makes things a lot easier because you try to find that common ground. All right, I'm almost done with the Rays write up here. Yeah, William had some objections to Ethan Conrad going to the White Sox, but the Tampa Bay Rays, they get a left fielder here.
Good trade.
Ethan Conrad makes a lot of sense. I've seen him listed at Cleveland in 27, but I think he's a second-round left fielder. Okay, here's the thing with Ethan Conrad. He had a 372 batting average, which was worse than his 389 batting average and 7 home runs at Wake Forest after posting better numbers at Marist, and then he had season-ending elbow surgery. So we don't know how he's going to do medically.
Okay, I figured I was on my phone. So
that's why Conrad dropped in the draft, Joey. So I did
have an opinion here.
I like Conrad, but he's going to drop. The medicals are going to cause him to drop.
Medicals are one thing, but if you have a good medical team, it's not going to hurt as much. Tampa is the exact opposite of Cleveland. And here's what I mean. Cleveland has a great training staff, mainly supported by the Cleveland Clinic. Cleveland Clinic, everybody knows Cleveland Clinic. It's the best hospital network in the country. So they have that. But Tampa, they also have a good medical clinic. Very good medical clinic. But what sets them apart is that Tampa is amazing at developing hitters.
Yeah.
But they suck at developing pitchers. Cleveland is amazing at developing pitchers. They suck at developing hitters. If you put two teams together, you'd have a chance. But they can't figure it out.
Yep, and there you go, William. Jared Jones, the White Sox. So you see, I did make a tweak. This is what happens when I give William the ability to edit my mock drafts, ladies and gentlemen. So
Shoeless Jones Jackson, man.
Trying to make White Sox good. What is wrong?
You think that's bad? Ron Mott, the hockey guy that we had on our podcast for the NHL draft, his favorite team's the Steelers. So if we get him on for our AFC North show next year in August, you're gonna have a lot to say to him about the Steelers as a Browns fan. So
it just means I'm gonna have to do some more research.
It does.
Other than Aaron Rodgers going on darkness retreats and communing with Sith Lords when he's, trying to figure out things. Come up.
This guy was a 4-time regular season MVP. When you win the regular season MVP that many times, you have the right to go on as many darkness retreats as you want.
41 years old with torn Achilles, which means if anybody knows anything about Achilles tears, that means when you do surgery, that means Achilles shrinks, and there is more of a chance of re-tear, which we saw with Deshaun Watson very quickly.
Yeah.
You know, now you're sitting there looking at, hey, Darth Bane, what should I do today? Should I get an apprentice? Because, the Steelers have an apprentice.
Interesting.
A young man.
Random Z recap ranked the top
there.
32 quarterbacks in the NFL. They have Josh Allen at 1. They have Aaron Rodgers at number 13. I feel like Aaron Rodgers is in the 18 to 20 range for you, Joey. He's in the bottom half. He's not in the bottom 10, but he's in the bottom half of quarterbacks for you, given his age and his condition.
I have consulted people who know about Achilles injuries, and I know it takes 2 years. Rodgers is on his second year. Great. Rodgers is in league for normally a bounce back year. Rodgers is 41 freaking years old. So
is this going to be the year where everything gives out? Like, Tom Brady had the Buccaneers 8-9 record. They lost in the playoffs his final year when he declined to the point of no return. Peyton Manning declined to the point of no return when the Broncos won Super Bowl 50. Is that the type of year we're going to get from Rodgers in Pittsburgh?
That's the question. It's like, it works. Like, last year, I was great. I was amazing. But I was a football player. I have back issues. I have knee issues. I have a tendon muscle in my ankle. I have no MCL. My spine is held together by paper clips and jungle jelly. And this year, I've been struggling a little bit. I've been hurt.
Feel that.
And you know what? Do you not think Aaron Rodgers isn't feeling the same thing? You do not think Aaron Rodgers isn't feeling, I hurt all the time. I have taken such a beating over my life. I have taken all the risks. I have done everything I can. I have put my body on it more than anybody else. Now I'm hurting. The only reason I'm back is because of the money.
All right.
Well, are you not thinking that Aaron Rodgers isn't thinking the same thing? That anybody in his position, in my position, or anybody who's in their 40s who has given their lives in a physical fashion to the job, don't you just think for a second Aaron Rodgers isn't thinking the same thing?
Yeah.
I prefer to say that I was on anything fast enough to do something stupid on.
Okay. I've got the Cleveland pick at 70. It's a reliever. It's Michael Lombardi, the Tulane pitcher. He had 11 saves at Tulane. He was the number 1 reliever in college baseball this year. He's a senior. So he's not just the top reliever in the draft. He's the top senior in the draft. I have the Tulane pitcher, Michael Lombardi. He played 7 innings in 1 start, but most of his games came out of the bullpen. I have Lombardi going to Cleveland to strengthen their bullpen at 70.
I would have thought Lombardi would have gone a long time. Lombardi's amazing.
I mean,
I love Lombardi.
He's listed at 77 on MLB.com or something, but I looked at his ERA, I looked at his tape. He's too good to still be on the board at this point in the draft. I know he's listed at 75 on MLB.com, but his tape is too good for him to be on the board past this pick. He's way too low. He should be somewhere in like the 56 to 65 range. 75 is way too low for Lombardi. I mean, he's excellent reliever, and you put him in Cleveland's system, he could potentially take over as closer if Kloss leaves or you end up trading him. If he doesn't, you can ease him into your bullpen, and he will contribute. Wherever you put him in your bullpen, he'll contribute. So Lombardi is amazing, like you said, Joey. So Michael Lombardi to Cleveland. The Royals get Corbin Dickerson at 71. He had his main position center fielder, but he can play right fielder if you need him to. The Cardinals got Max Williams out of Florida State. He can play all 3 outfielder roles. Ironically enough, there was a tight end from Minnesota named Max Williams in the NFL draft 10 years ago, and now we have Max Williams in baseball. We had Max Williams in football for the Ravens. Now we have Max Williams in baseball.
I remember him.
He was basically the Ravens tight end before they got Mark Andrews.
Well, somewhere between there and Todd Heap,
Yeah, Todd Heap, but I think he was the number 2 tight end for 1 year, and Williams was number 2 tight end. Then he took over for Heap, and then he basically was okay, but not spectacular, and then Williams replaced him. So Max Williams, Nick Dumasnil, California Baptist right fielder. Pirates need a right fielder. He played center fielder, but he moved to right field this year. And I think Nick Dumansill's a good fit for the Pirates. Justin Lampkin. It's not Lampkin, it's Lampkin. I'll fix that. And then the Red Sox got Jared Spencer with the Padres, the pick. The Red Sox do have a second-round pick from the Texas Rangers, or the San Diego Padres. The Red Sox have a second-round comp pick from the Padres. So,
I do want to comment on that. For some reason, my phone was trying to give you a video call. I don't know. But the thing is, Max was an amazing tight end. The problem was he got overshadowed really quick by an all-time great tight end. And that should be a cautionary tale. Don't get comfortable, because even if you're a great player, if a Hall of Fame player comes out, you're out.
he's going to put you in your place, basically. That's basically the
but that's going to happen again this next year, because Isaiah Likely is going to be the heir apparent to Andrews is on his way out.
Shannon Sharp told me that. Shannon Sharp always talks about, I had to earn my place. I had to take the place of a very good player. I had to overcome him. And then I had to earn my place year after year after year. Max didn't earn his place year after year. He got comfortable. Never get comfortable. Because if you get comfortable, you're done.
Yep. Complacent.
Comfort equals complacency in professional sports. So that's the real lesson here.
And that's why I always believe in generating competition. Best player available. I'm a big BPA guy.
All right. So we pretty much completed the mock draft. All right. So we will sign off at 1, but here's what we'll do. We will start brainstorming the NFL mock draft. We'll start brainstorming what we're going to do as far as the picks go, because we have a little bit of free time. So we'll brainstorm some picks for the mock draft just for the hell of it, and then we'll sign off at 1. We're not going to go through a lot because I do have other things I got to do. I got to go through I got to set up the draft results web pages and the showcase games on it for today. I want to watch the showcase game.
I can brainstorm the Guardians because I've been calling them religiously.
But what do you think of my Guardians draft? I went high school pitcher, and then I went Curley, Ford, and Lombardi in the second round to make up for it. I thought that was really good.
Ford is the best one out of there because I think you did a pretty good job because you took people who are able to play multiple positions. I think what a lot of people don't understand, the most clutch players for the Guardians are Jose Ramirez. Obviously, he's obviously the best player maybe in Guardians history at this point. Then you have, the Al Manzardo and Angel Martinez. Martinez has played all outfield positions, and he has hit massive hits, and he has played very well.
Mm-hmm.
And Manzardo has hit some game-winning hits, not just home run, but just situational hits. Or he's had some situational walks that are amazing. So, and he has done it at both DH and first base. So
yep.
you're talking about players that can play multiple positions.
Yep.
So I do love the fact that you continue that with very good players that can play multiple positions, because these guys, the ones in the Guardians organization, especially with Manager Vogt, he loves that rotational, platoon thing they got going on there, where nobody plays one day or another. You might not play for 2 weeks. So people who can play multiple positions at multiple times are incredibly important. So I think you did a very good job of that. And I think you, with the pitcher, you did a very good job of, okay, he may not be what a lot of people think he is, and I don't think he is. But you put him in the position of being with maybe the best developmental pitching staff Major League Baseball has seen over the last 20 years. So, I think with the Guardians, you did an amazing job. And the big thing is, what we'll see coming up in the next year is how long it's going to take them to get there. Because, let's face it, there are some very good prospects down there, and they've got 1 year left.
Yep.
If Chase DeLauder, we mentioned him. He's got 1 year. If he can't prove it, guess what? Either Angel Martinez is going to take that center field spot permanently, or Juan is going to move over, and another person's going to look to take Juan's place, because Guardians probably aren't going to keep Juan.
Yeah.
So you're looking at a very difficult but open situation.
Yeah, and there's rumors that Kloss and Quan could get traded to the Phillies. My friend Jordan told me that the Phillies are in discussions with the Guardians to acquire both players. I don't know. I would want...
That is unlikely. I've heard that is unlikely. Maybe one, depending on what they get back. But both? No, not both. Yeah. I don't see either getting. I don't see either. I don't see both getting moved either. No, but I've heard. I am. Name come up a lot. I'm gonna let's make William happy and talk about some of the players in the NFL draft for the last 17 minutes. I mean, I've got. It's Will. All right, we got Nussmeier, Klubnik. Nussmeier Giants at 1, Cade Klubnik to the Saints at 2, Parker to the Titans at 3, Caleb Downs to the Browns at 4, and Aller to the Jets at 5. The Raiders are on the clock at 6. I'm looking at a few of these guys here. You got Anthony Hill Jr. is my best player on the board, the Texas middle linebacker. Reminds me of Roquan Smith. But you also got Caden Proctor. If Colton Miller's a UFA after this year, so if you don't want to re-sign Colton Miller, you can draft Proctor to be your new left tackle for Ginty and just reload on the offensive line. You also have Jordan Tyson, the Arizona State receiver, who I'm a huge fan of, and Jermod McCoy, the Tennessee corner. I think all of those guys are good fits. Even a guy like Spencer Fano to Utah would be a good fit if you want to keep Colton Miller at left tackle and reload at right tackle. There's a lot of options for the Raiders.
Yeah, and I think that the Raiders are going to sit back and they're going to pick and choose their players now. That's why
if Arch Manning goes back to college and Aller doesn't follow them at 6, I think they're going to keep Geno Smith and they're going to stay the course and take the best player on the board.
Yeah, and they know that Aiden O'Connell is serviceable as well, and
he's got 2 years left on his rookie deal. That's why I say the Raiders, they can wait till 2027 if they don't like what's on the board in 2026.
Mm-hmm. But then you also have to remember, Pete Carroll was also the one that dug up, Russell Wilson when they signed Matt Flynn that year.
They could take a quarterback in the second round if the value's there. If a Lenora Sellers or a Sam Levitt falls to round 2 and the value's there, they could take a quarterback at that point. But I don't think they'll pick one at 6. at this point. I'm leaning Hill, but if you got a case for Proctor or Tyson or Jermon McCoy, I want to hear it, or even Fanu out of Utah. Give me your case, and then we'll see how that goes, and we'll try to run with it.
Protecting what you have, I mean, deciding.
I think Hill's the best player on the board at this point, and Landon Roberts only had 46 tackles with the Steelers last year after having 100 in 2022 or 2023. He only had 46. And I just love Anthony Hill Jr. out of Texas. So I'm thinking middle linebacker at 6, unless you guys have a better suggestion.
Middle linebackers are one of the, positions that notorious kind of follow. Luke Kuechly went, 8 or 9? And, I mean, he was absolutely a beast. I mean, I remember watching his film coming out, and I just loved him. I knew he was going to the Panthers.
Yeah, because Anthony Hill Jr.'s tape at Texas is really good, and he had a very good year last year.
I remember you and I talking about Anthony Hill Jr. about him potentially being a top 5 pick when he came out. He is athletic. He is strong. He has awareness, and he is good in coverage.
Yep, 6'3", 235. Very good.
But the thing I have right now for this class, the more study I do, the more I realize this class has been overrated.
I think it's the thing I noticed with the 2026 drafts. Hold on.
Not in the overall thought process and how many great players there could be, but in how top heavy it's going to be.
That's what I was about to get to, Joey. All the 2025 drafts, NFL, MLS, NHL, NBA, WNBA, MLB, they were deep. All the 2026 drafts are top heavy. NFL is top heavy. NHL is top heavy. There's a drop off from starter to role player after pick 27 in the 2026 NBA draft. All of the 2026 drafts are top heavy. All the 2025 drafts were deep. That's the theme. As we transition from 2025 to 2026, that is the theme.
There hasn't.
That's the thing. Chris and myself did not collaborate, and we agreed. Right here, you heard it.
No, I made a post about this before the NHL draft and Ron retweeted it. And Ron retweeted an agreement, so that should say something. The fact that we all agree 2026 is going to be top heavy in every sport, that should say something. That should.
And it's like, let's look at it for what it is. We're looking at it right now. William, Chris, and myself. We all agree. Guess what? It may be deep, but somewhere along the line, people thought the next year's draft classes for sports is going to be top heavy.
It is. I mean,
you look at the tape. You look at the tape. No, don't. Hold on.
There were 84 skaters with first-line potential and 10 goalies that checked off every box in the 2025 NHL draft. The first goalie's not projected to come off the board until the 3rd round of next year's NHL draft. So next year's NHL draft, while there's going to be stars in the first round, there's going to be a drop-off by the time we get to the 2nd round. That is very evident. That is very evident to me. That may not be very evident to everyone else who loves Gavin McKenna and the Stars in next year's draft. That's fine. If you love the Stars, there's nothing wrong with that. But there's a finite supply of stars in every sport. Every sport, every draft has a finite supply of stars.
If you're looking at a bunch of superstars going early, I got one thing to say to you. Good night, Irene. Good night. Good night, Irene. Good night. Get the fuck out of here, because guess what? It ain't gonna happen. This draft has been overblown for all drafts. maybe we're looking
Vikings at 7. I'm looking at, because I'm thinking 2027 is going to be the resurgence. If Arch Manning declares for that draft, you'll have Arch Manning, Jeremiah Smith, Ryan Williams for 2026. He will declare in 2027 after he gets his degree, like you said a few weeks ago.
Yeah, because he promised his father and he promised his uncle, I will get a degree. And so these draft analysts, guess what? They're going to get...
Yeah, because I've read Walter Football's 2026 mock. They have Arch Manning at 1, but I'm telling you, Arch Manning is not going to declare for this draft. He's not going to declare for 2026. And all of it is just what is the right word to is it bulletin board material? I was thinking of something else. The people that have Arch Manning at number 1 in the 2026 draft, is it just shock value? Is it bulletin board material? I don't know what it is, but clickbait. Yes. Okay. But Vikings at 7. I'm going to go Jermod McCoy. There's a bunch of players on the board. Peter Woods, Caden Proctor, Jordan Tyson. I'm going to go Jermod McCoy because I feel like the Vikings are strong at offensive tackle and receiver. And if they're picking this high, they have to do something to – I don't think they're going to give up on J.J. McCarthy after this season if they're picking this spot. So
you might not.
I'm going to give your opinion here on a couple things that have gone on here previous to the Vikings and even the Vikings pick. Because we did just get on the Arch Manning track, and that makes something. So for these teams like the Giants, the Browns, and everything, who put quarterbacks in galore, the Saints, whatever.
Well, the Browns did not take a quarterback. We gave him Caleb Downs a few years ago. Do you reach for a guy like Lenoris Sellers? If you think McCarthy's not the answer, do you reach for a guy like Lenoris Sellers or Sam Levitt here and make them your guy? Do you think I heard that better than McCarthy? Because if you do, then you have an argument for taking a quarterback. If you don't think Sellers or Levitt's better than McCarthy, then you have to go best player on your board.
The word on the street is that Sellers is like the second coming of Anthony Richardson.
I think he's worse than Richardson was, honestly. Watching his tape last year, I think he's worse than Richardson was. So
I didn't see anything special, and I was all over Richardson.
The nephew of Brad Sellers, the cousin of, Sellers, who was drafted in the second round of the WNBA draft. His daughter. So their family is just...
And look, I'm not opposed to I don't think Sellers is a good fit for the Vikings at 7. I'm not opposed to giving the Rams Sellers at 8 because the Falcons have the 8th pick in this mock draft.
Oh, I like that.
The Rams have the 8th pick in this draft because they own the Falcons' first-round pick from the James Pierce trade in last year's draft. So the Rams have the 8th pick from the Falcons. I'm not opposed to putting Sellers on the Rams. I just don't think he's a great fit for the Vikings.
I love it. Rams.
Here's my question, William.
So
everything you just said is, would you take Sellers to start day 1 for your franchise and be your franchise quarterback? Or would you draft him behind a veteran, say, with the Rams or with the Lions, and stash him to learn behind and fix his flaws? Which would you choose?
obviously the latter, but I want to hear Williams' opinion. It sounds like we're both in agreement. Sellers to the Rams at 8 is the direction to go in. Like there wasn't
I
really
definitely agree with, that's why I give some of these players the grades that I do, is because it's not knocking them. It's saying that is who they are. That's where they need to be. It is fair to draft them there. It is fair to draft them there to keep the expectations not, as high as others. At they overhype some of these kids, and they absolutely, I mean, tear them apart. I mean, they throw them to the wolves, and that's exactly what they do. I mean, to pick some of these kids, I had a sixth round grade on JJ McCarthy. He was a career backup, and I mean, even Jim Harbaugh didn't trust him. I mean, in that one playoff game, I mean, didn't throw a pass. And just. But the thing is, to keep it fair to stash and develop them, and treat them like humans, give them a chance to be the best that they can be, instead of just grabbing them and putting asses in the seats, selling tickets, and throwing them to the wolves, and watching them like Derek Carr get sacked 78 times, and the guy, I mean, was injured. I mean, from the beginning.
Where we may disagree on some things, because being a former coach and being somebody who scouted players and did this, I look at Derek Carr as one of the players that were so skilled, and Couch as well. They could have been the future of the league, but the team refused to build around them and let them get sacked 200 times in 3 years. I mean, it was abominable. It was embarrassing.
Kyle Bowler.
And it was. So we may disagree on, let's face it, the fundamentals and the potential. Because I always say, potential is just that, potential, until it is realized. But who's going to realize it? Is it the coaches? Is it the players? Is it a combination of the two? Until the potential is realized, that doesn't matter.
I'm going with a shock value pick for Seattle at number 9.
The big thing, William, I'm looking at is what is the end game? And can you develop the potential? Because we have seen it time after time, and we have seen the surrounding franchise, we've seen the surrounding team fail the potential. So what are we looking at with the potential? Can we realize it? And is the absolute franchise willing to work with the potential? That's the question.
Well, see, that's the thing. Seattle just came up with Chris at number 9, and what they have done. Jalen Milroe, it's no secret, was my QB1.
I'm going with a shock value pick for Seattle at 9. By the way, you guys want to? The player I gave Seattle is Kyle Lewis. He is an edge rusher on the Pitt Panthers. He had 100 total tackles, 7 sacks, and 4 interceptions for Pittsburgh last year. And he is a very good edge rusher for the Pitt Panthers, 6'0", 225, but he's an unknown guy. So I want Kyle Lewis, edge rusher, for Seattle at 9.
It fits right into what we were talking about, William.
Yes, sir.
Because you were going to Jalen Milroe. What happens if Jalen Milroe hits and this hits? So right there.
Because Seattle's drafted really well at offensive tackle. Yeah, I could go Spencer Cano with Abraham Lucas's contract expiring, but sure. I think Lucas can be an asset if he stays healthy, and I know they're going to re-sign Charles Cross at left tackle. And Lewis is one of these guys that I think is going to break out and emerge as a star this year. Nobody's talking about him right now, but Kyle Lewis and the Arizona State receiver, I think, are 2 players that could potentially come out of nowhere and skyrocket and become first-round picks.
Yeah.
As crazy as that sounds.
And, the point that I'm getting to with the whole potential thing and talking Jalen Milroe is, I'm also a San Francisco 49ers fan. And what they're doing with Milroe is absolutely scaring me to death because, they signed Darnold to a 3-year contract. They can get out after 2. You give him in that system, let him learn everything, let him get his footwork down. Half of what I saw, half of his flaws were because he was moving too fast and didn't set, and it was like, dude, but banking on potential is something that I love, but you have to develop these kids to the point, give them a chance. Jalen Milroe was, like I said, they scare me to death how they're bringing this along, because they're bringing him along slowly, properly, and it's one thing that's the first, draft pick that I bank so much on just seeing the potential and seeing, what he could be, and maybe, of course, covers up a few red flags here and there, but, I am confident in what I saw, and, as well as what would have gone well, over great another year, and Kalen Bauer's system in Alabama would have been great. But like I said, now Seattle, they're bringing him along, correct? He's not being thrown to the wolves, and it scares me.
And William, this is brought up an interesting thought to me, because Jalen Milroe had his best season under Tommy Rees, who is now the Browns' offensive coordinator. Then he comes in and Seattle, and he's having a very good off season. So for me, it's simply thinking, how good is the Seattle coaching staff, and how good is Tommy Rees? Because they are getting the best.
I like Seattle, but I also think they've got the most question marks of any of the teams in the NFC West. I do think Seattle.
I'm not talking about the question marks, Chris. I'm talking about the coaching staff itself. Because you look at Tommy Rees got the best out of this guy, and now Seattle is getting the best out of this guy, and Alabama last year didn't get the best out of this guy. So what do you think about Seattle and Cleveland as the guys that have gotten the best out of Jalen Milroe? So what does that say about Jalen Milroe, and what does that say about?
Let's see what he does. That's not to say that he can't get the job done.
It's not, but
Is Drew?
There's also the fact that the two losses that Jalen Milroe had.
Drew Lock is now the Seahawks backup.
Yeah.
He was the Giants starter for a few games, but he's going to have. Let's see what Milroe does, because I don't think Lock's going to be handed the backup job after doing well with the Giants down the stretch. No. He might be handed the backup job, but I think Lock and Milroe are basically going to compete for the backup job, and Lock is going to be that stopgap to where an insurance policy for Darnold, so you give Milroe time to fix his weaknesses. That's basically what I'm getting at.
One thing that concerned me more than the losses last year was when they were that far ahead of Georgia and watching them come back and almost spoil. If that game would have gone through, and or if he would have won.
Alabama had a very young, very inexperienced defense last year, William, to your point.
Yeah. But also the fact that, if Jalen Milroe, would have won those games at the end of the season and would have won the Heisman Trophy, that would have been considered his Heisman moment, and against Georgia, likely. Just the game he put together. It was unbelievable. But then, like I said, they almost gave it up. But there were more than just Jalen Milroe, with that. Like you mentioned, the young, inexperienced defense and all that. But
me, like you know me, I'm gonna go to the coach next, and that's what I'm thinking about right now.
I'm kind of curious how Edmonton's going to do next season in the NHL. They lost their 11-year skating coach to Dallas, and they lost their 7-year assistant head coach to Dallas. Is Edmonton going to have a drop-off after losing their two most experienced coaches? Maybe not their best coaches, but their two most experienced coaches, the Dallas Stars. Are they going to dominate again, or is there going to be a drop-off? That's what I'm kind of curious to see in the NHL, because, experience matters to a point.
I think that's a hell of a long. What do you think about that?
Well,
that's Edmonton's skating coach was their skating coach for 11 years. He's now on Dallas. So how is that going to affect the skating of McDavid, Draisaitl, Nugent Hopkins, their star players, now that they have a new skating coach? How is that going to affect their speed, their technique, their gliding on the ice? There shouldn't be a drop-off, but there might be. You never know, because the new coach might suck. You don't know.
That's definitely something to throw in there. I mean,
what matters is when you have great coaches and you have great coaching, that will make up for a lot of deficiencies. That's why we look at the Tommy Lewises. That's why we look at these guys from bars. That's why we look at these guys that don't normally get the recognition and say, dude, these guys made your team what it is. And then it all goes to shit when they go. And you wonder why.
Yep.
Yeah, it is alarming to those of us who pay attention.
Look, Knobloch's done a hell of a job as Edmonton's head coach. 2 Stanley Cups in 2 years, but the rest of his assistants, the most experienced members of his staff, Knobloch and the skating coach for 11 years since McDavid's rookie year, are now in Dallas. So, yeah, Edmonton's still the favorite to win the Western Conference, but if they don't win next year and they fail to live up to expectations, the number one reason is going to be coaching. That's going to be the biggest reason they fail if they don't win the conference for a third year in a row.
That comes to leadership. If he hires people that can...
If Knobloch hires the right people, Edmonton should win again. But if he hires the wrong people and Dallas's former Oilers coaches take off, maybe the Stars win next year. You don't know. You really don't know how that's going to play out.
Or is he the coach of the Akron Zips? We'll figure it out. And it's not going to be too hard.
Yeah. But I've got Jordan Tyson, the Arizona State receiver, going to Denver at 10, and I've got the Dolphins taking Kendrick Falk. And I gave the Seahawks Kyle Lewis, the edge rusher from Pitt. I'm a big Kyle Lewis fan. I think he is going to break out this year for the Pitt Panthers. It's a bold prediction I'm making. I could be wrong in that respect. I don't know what to do with the Cowboys at 12. Should I just give them the top running back on the board? Because there's 2 running backs I love, Jeremiah Love, and then there's Mekhi Hughes. I'm thinking of giving the Cowboys a running back at 12, but we did this last year. We thought they were going to get Ginty last year, and they ended up addressing other areas of the team in free agency.
Give the Cowboys the best athlete and gives you 2 thumbs up. I mean, because if it's not the best athlete on the board, his son-in-law made the pick.
I think I'm going to go running back here, Joey, because the Bears were supposed to draft a running back, and they didn't. So I think I'm going to go running back. I think I'm going to go Jeremiah Love and Mekhi Hughes. Mekhi Hughes, the Oregon running back. So the Bears have Ozzie Trapillo at left tackle. I think he's going to do well there. That's why I'm not going Caden Proctor. Now, Carolina, I don't know if Green Bay might get Proctor at 15. That's the scary thing, because Rasheed Walker is a free agent. So the Packers might get Caden Proctor at 15, but Proctor has some character concerns. The Packers could pass on him for that reason. We don't really know.
I need your opinion on this, William. These running backs that Chris has got going on our side. I'm like, this is a little early, in my opinion. I need your opinion on this. What we got going here? What's happening?
Singleton. I might go Singleton to the Bears. I like Hughes, but I think Singleton's a little bit better.
Well, I need Williams' opinion.
Yeah.
I want Williams, but
Well, we could give the Bears Proctor. If you don't think Ozzy Trapillo's the answer at left tackle, I'm open to giving the Bears Proctor, but they have they draft Braxton Jones, their left tackles, in the final year of his rookie deal. The Bears drafted Trapillo in the second round. But if you don't think Trapillo's the answer, we can give the Bears Caden Proctor, and Trapillo can either move inside to guard or move over to right tackle if Darnell Wright isn't re-signed. I don't know what the Bears would do in this situation, to be completely honest. We could go Peter Woods too. If Peter Woods is drafted, I think Peter Woods was a true sophomore last year. We could go Peter Woods and pair him with Dexter at defensive tackle too. That's also an option for Chicago. I think the Cowboys will take a running back. The Bears might not. The Bears might stick with what they've got. The Bears might address a different position. So we don't necessarily have to go with a running back. If you think Peter Woods is a better fit.
Yeah, but that's the one thing they're missing from that offense, a superstar running back. And
yeah, that's why I went with Singleton there. And Mekhi Hughes is still on the board. Panthers, they have Chuba Hubbard extended. They have their left tackle still in a rookie deal, and Aquanu broke out last year. I don't think the Panthers are going to draft a left tackle. But if they go 8-9 and barely miss the playoffs, they are not going to take a quarterback. So what the hell are they going to do? I mean, I might give the Panthers Spencer Fano as a right tackle. I think Taylor Moton's in the final year of his contract, the right tackle for the Panthers, Taylor Moton. I do like Moton, but I think he's a UFA. Moton is 30. He turns 31 in August. What's his contract look like?
He's been there forever, though.
People are saying, what is one player I said will be a steal in last year's NFL draft that nobody was talking about? But here's one. One is looking to be, a lot of people are saying right now, the steal of this draft. Colorado University, they're saying this number 2 receiver, they're saying he may be the steal of this draft. Above Sugar in 5th round, they're saying his number 2 receiver, not his number 1 receiver, his number 2 receiver would be the steal of this draft. So think about it.
They got McMillan in the first round. So they got McMillan in the first round, and they got the 2 edge rushers. They got the 2 edge rushers that I really like, Nick Scorton and Princely Umanian. So they got those 2 edge rushers. So if they hit on McMillan, Horn, and they hit on the edge rushers, they're going to be positioned to be a wild card team as early as next season.
They're going to be not only in position next season, if they hit on Horn, they're going to be in position for the next few seasons.
They're going to be the de facto challenger to the Buccaneers in that division. It's still going to be Tampa's division, but they're going to be the de facto rival team. They're going to be the de facto number 2 team.
They got Mitchell Evans too.
Yeah.
If everything I'm hearing out of Tampa's accurate,
I think I've got the Panthers and the Buccaneers both at 8-9 on the year, but the Buccaneers win the tiebreaker to make the playoffs. But I've got both teams at 8-9, and I have Tampa Bay's got to beat the Panthers in Week 18 to get the division.
I want your unbiased opinion. What is the chances? I'm not going to go,
Let's save some of this stuff for the season previews. Let's focus on the teams.
This is a very simple question. Panthers have 2 800-yard receivers.
Yeah.
Yes. Both of you. Yes or no?
And Horn and McMillan, 2 800 receivers. Yes, but they also have Jalen Coker at a Holy Cross, who went undrafted, who I had a 3rd-round grade on. He's a regular starter now. You still have Adam Thielen. Their lineup is stacked. Horn's probably not going to see a lot of playing time unless someone gets injured.
Dude, I was watching.
I like Horn, but I don't think he's going to get playing time unless someone's injured.
I was watching Xavier Legette.
They got Legette too. Exactly.
Yeah.
McMillan and Legette are going to be their 1 and 2, and Thielen's probably going to be their slot. And
they were showing drills, man, earlier.
Their number 4 is going to be Coker, and Horn Jr. is going to be their number 5.
Yeah.
So
I just wanted to put the wide receiver position.
They are going to be very deep at receiver, and they've got the Texas tight end from last year's draft, and they've got Mitchell Evans from this year's draft. So the Panthers are going to be deep offensively. I'm leaning towards either a corner or an edge rusher or a tackle. And I'm thinking we see the tackles come off the board here. I think Spencer Fano, the Utah right tackle, is the first guy off the board. And then the Packers get Caden Proctor as their left tackle at 15. And this is where the tackles come off the board at 14 and 15. Just spitballing here. And I know Proctor has some character issues, and the Packers are big on character, so they could end up taking another tackle over Proctor. I'm not discounting that possibility. So I'm looking at this, and I'm looking at some of the guys in this draft. Sertain Perkins, Jonah Coleman, Kendrick Falk. You know, one player I really like is Duke corner Chandler Rivers. I also like Eli Stowers, the Vanderbilt tight end. But the Colts just took Tyler Warren, and Avion Terrell's also on the board. But I like Chandler Rivers a little bit more, but I think Rivers or Terrell for the Colts at 16 is a good fit. I'm thinking corner for the Colts. Francis Maui-Goa is also on the board, the Miami Hurricanes right tackle. But I don't think the Colts are going to buy out Braden Smith. If they do, Maui-Goa is an option. Well, of those two, what are you thinking between Terrell and Rivers? Do you have a preference between those two? Chandler Rivers and Avion Terrell.
I do not.
I'm looking at Chandler Rivers and I'm looking at Avion Terrell. Rivers is 5'10". He had 180 pounds. He had 3 interceptions last year and 8 deflections from pass breakups after having 7 deflections from pass breakups in 2023. So he improved. Avion Terrell is the younger brother of A.J. Terrell, the Falcons corner. And he had 12 deflections for pass breakups.
Oh,
I know NCAA has the Duke corner rated higher, but I think Terrell's going to get drafted higher in real life. So I'm going to go Avion Terrell because of the bloodline.
Yeah, do that. Yeah. Agreed.
I like Chandler Rivers, the Duke corner, but I think Terrell's done a little bit more to earn that first round status at this point. Steelers at 17. I really want to give the Steelers a quarterback here. So I don't think throwing Lenore Sellers into the fire is a smart move. So we're going to go Sam Levitt. Sam Levitt is going to be a Steeler. He's going to be the next Pittsburgh quarterback. And that's going to be our QB4. Levitt is going to be our QB4 to Pittsburgh at 17.
Oh, man. Pittsburgh's getting it from all around lately.
And, yeah, the Browns at 18, they are going to get a left tackle here. I'm not sure which one. Maui-Goa should transition to left tackle, but I'm seeing what other tackles are on the board before I lock that pick in. But I am leaning left tackle with this pick. I'm seeing what's available. I'm looking at the left tackle options. Jennings, Dunker. There's a lot of good right tackles, but not a lot of true surefire left tackles. How about Caleb Tiernan from Northwestern? Let me look at Caleb Tiernan because Northwestern's had a good track record with left tackles.
The big thing right now, this is why we say it's projected.
Because here's the thing. Peter Skarotsky and Rashawn Slater were both left tackles at Northwestern. They both ended up getting picked in the first round. And Caleb Tiernan could be the next Northwestern guy in line. 6'7", 329. Nobody's talking about him right now, but he started all 12 games as a redshirt junior, and he started all 13 games as a redshirt sophomore. And he started out as a right tackle as a true freshman before winning the left tackle job as a redshirt sophomore. But he has started every game the last 2 years at left tackle. So I am going to go Caleb Tiernan for the Browns here with the Jaguars pick.
That's why way too early. Because right now, we're looking at the best game of his career And I've said it here.
I'm not giving DeJuan Jones the benefit of the doubt at left tackle because he's played right tackle his entire career. He played right tackle in high school and college.
I'm saying from the tape I've seen last year before he got injured, he was starting to really fill in, and he shut down J.J. Watt. Now,
TJ Watt. You're calling TJ Watt JJ Watt, and you lose all credibility when you do that. You get the Watt brothers mixed up. It just doesn't sound good.
Isn't there another Watt?
Well, TJ Watt lined up at left outside linebacker against the right tackles. And he did good. He's a great right tackle, but he's not a left tackle. He's not an NFL left tackle. That's No, he lined up at left outside linebacker on every snap against the Browns, and he shut down Watt when he was at right tackle. That's what the tape showed. That's what the tape I saw anyway showed. So I'm going Caleb Tiernan, and DeJuan Jones moves back to right tackle. And the Browns kill two birds with one stone. They kill two birds. He was okay, but he's a bottom two left tackle in the conference, Joey. Giving people the benefit of the doubt is not.
And this is something I think was his job.
I love him as a right tackle, but he's a bottom two left tackle. You got to keep him at right tackle. And if he says, I want to play left tackle or trade me, you ship him out. You ship him out and you give him the Orlando Brown treatment the Ravens gave Orlando Brown.
He was a dancing bear when he was drafted. Guess what? He is proven right now. I'm a dancing bear, but he's an injury-prone dancing bear.
And that's why he's better off at right tackle. When you have a guy who played right tackle for 4 years in high school and 4 years in college, you keep them at right tackle. And if they say otherwise, you just move on.
Can I give you the facts of this situation? Right now, he proved right here before.
I don't believe he did prove that. We will find out who's correct at the end of the year, but I'm pretty sure I'm correct. I'm pretty confident I'm correct.
Right now, he is at about 345.
He might be in the best shape of his career, but he played right tackle for 8 years, and he played left tackle for 3 games. So he's a right tackle as far as I'm concerned, because that's what the body of work shows.
That's true. That's true. It is.
I'm not saying he's a bad player. I think he's a top 15 right tackle. I just don't think he projects well as an NFL left tackle. That's all I'm saying.
I'm just as a coach, I would look at what a player can be, and
I look at what a player is. This is why Joey and I disagree sometimes on player evaluations. I look at what a player is versus what they can be. And what they are is usually the final product. What they can be is more of their potential, William, if that makes sense.
Oh, it does. Like there's so much that goes into it. I can.
But I'm going Caleb Tiernan for the Browns with their second pick. So they got Caleb Downs and they got Caleb Tiernan with those 2 first-round picks.
here's the fact. It's like, I'm not going to be obsessed about that because here
I think he's a guy, he's going to sneak into the first round. A lot of people are sleeping on him because it's Northwestern, but they should sleep on him. Northwestern's produced 2 first-round left tackles in Rashawn Slater for the Chargers and Peter Skoronski, who moved to left guard for the Titans. They produced 2 first-round left tackles, and this guy might be the next in line. Tiernan might be the next guy in line for Northwestern.
They produce the guards, they produce the center, they are a very good offensive line factory. So if no matter what,
Isaiah World out of Oregon could also be an option for the Browns. If you don't like Tiernan, World could also be an option.
no matter if as the left tackle of the future, if you know he can play right tackle at a top 15 clip, and you've got a top 5 left tackle sitting here, why the hell are you not going to take him?
Yeah.
I mean, that's just football money.
Yeah, that is football mindset. The Chargers are interesting because I'm looking at a bunch of options for the Chargers at 18. Chandler Rivers, the corner from Duke, I'm looking at him, but they drafted some good corners in the later rounds like Cam Hart and Tarheeb still. So I'm going to say no to Chandler Rivers with the 8 deflections. I'm looking at tight end too. Eli Stovers is my number 1 tight end, but I'm also a big fan of Tanner Koziel, the Houston tight end that William told me about. And there's another Ohio State tight end in this draft that I'm high on too, Max Clare. I know you talked about both those guys and under the bleachers, Williams. So I'm looking at those guys.
Yeah, Claire and Koziel are both, I mean, solid tight
I like
ends.
Stowers the most, but I think those guys are just as good as Stowers. That's why I think the Chargers could go tight end here.
I haven't had a chance to look at Stowers yet, but yeah.
And they could, if the Chargers wanted to get a center to beef up that offensive line, because center has been an issue with the Chargers the past few years. Jake Slaughter out of Florida is an option here.
Yeah, and
I mean, what do you guys think of? I'm thinking tight end or Slaughter for the Chargers here.
Yeah, Harbaugh is going to build from the trenches out.
Sounds like we were in agreement on Slaughter.
I mean, that's the entire reason we look at Michigan players as high as we do, because Harbaugh prepared them for the NFL. Yet, guess what? Injuries happen. You know, it's
and the Chargers have not drafted a defensive player in the first round since since they took Kenneth Murray, the Oklahoma linebacker, in the Justin Herbert draft with the Patriots' first round pick. That's the last time they took a defensive player in the first round. They've gone offense ever since they got Herbert. They've gone offense with all their first round picks, and
you know, it's like, and that goes against everything Harbaugh believes. Harbaugh is always tough as nails, run the ball, control the line of scrimmage.
Yeah, and we're all big fans of Jake Slaughter, so Slaughter's going to be the pick for the Chargers.
You know, even if they had a player that's really position, like, guess what?
I'll look at the Chargers depth chart here. I'm pulling up quickly. Zion Johnson's interesting. So Bradley Bozeman's, our lads has Bradley Bozeman moving from center to left guard, and they have Zion Johnson moving inside to center. I don't think the Chargers are bold enough to do that. I believe Johnson will be the left guard and Bradley Bozeman will be the center. And I like Bradley Bozeman. I like the addition of Andre James from the Raiders for depth behind Bozeman. But I think Slaughter is an upgrade over Bozeman and James both long term. Like, Slaughter could be a big-time star at center like Nick Mangold was in his prime. I think he could be a big-time star, so that's why I'm going with Slaughter. All right. I'll pull back on that comp, but I do think he's going to be a big-time star at center. Like, yeah, he was. That's why this is really hard for me. What do we got here? How many picks do we have left? I mean, we almost cleared the entire first round. The goal was to end at 1, but we cleared the entire first round. We're on pick 20, the Cardinals. So we can either finish the first round or we can stop after this pick and save the 21 through 32 teams for next season. I don't know. We'll see how we feel.
What's your verdict for you? You're the man right now. What's your verdict?
Oh man,
I mean, we're having a lot of fun with this. So if you want to continue, we can.
No, let's knock out this first round, man. We ain't got that far to go.
Okay. All right. Well, all right. We're gonna knock out this first round. So Cardinals, they've got Chandler Rivers on the board. Eli Stowers is still on the board. if the Cardinals are picking at 20, they've made the playoffs. It means Kyler Murray's getting another year. They've got James Conner in the backfield. We could give the Cardinals a guard. Fernando Carmona, the Arkansas left tackle's moving inside to left guard, and Jaden Roberts, the Alabama right guard, are both on the board. We can give the Cardinals a guard here. I think Peter Woods, the nose tackle out of Clemson, still on the board if you want to go with him.
We're looking at a running back renaissance, so we got to look at
Isaac Brown is still on the board. Isaac Brown out of Louisville and Mekhi Hughes are both still on the board. So we have 2 running backs already off the board. A third one could emerge here. But they got Trey. Remember, they got Trey Benson from Florida State entering year 3, and you still have Connor under contract till 2027. So if you draft a running back, you're basically giving up on Trey Benson. If you draft another running back here.
Yeah, that's not going to happen. Trey Benson is a hell of a running back.
That's what I'm saying. I think a number 2 receiver next to Marvin Harrison Jr. would be good, but I'm just not sure who the best option is with after Jordan Tyson, the Arizona State receiver, who I have going to the Broncos at 10. You've got a bunch of guys. I think Elijah Surratt might be an option. I'm looking at Elijah Surratt. I'm looking at Carnell Tate. I'm looking at a few of these receivers to see what's what. Does anything stand out?
Is that Surratt related to the Chaz Surratt?
Elijah Surratt had 53 receptions, 957 yards, and 8 touchdowns at Indiana last year. But in 2023, he had over 1,000 yards. He had 82 receptions and 8 touchdowns. And Elijah Surratt, he did that at James Madison. He popped off at James Madison, but he took sort of a dip in production. He still matched his receiving touchdowns, but he had less receptions and receiving yards at Indiana versus James Madison. But James Madison's head coach went to Indiana. That's probably why he transferred. Otherwise, he would have stayed loyal to James Madison.
Oh, the name spelled different, so yeah, no relation.
And if the Indiana is also a very athletic football team, so if the coach says one thing, James Madison says the same thing. Maybe the thing that we look at is how many touchdowns is the thing? Is he just a third down touchdown receiver?
He had 8 touchdowns at Indiana and James Madison. I'm looking at the Georgia Tech receiver that transferred to Auburn's is not all that. So I'm looking at Eric Rivers out of Georgia Tech now. What did Eric Rivers do? He transferred from Florida. Eric Rivers had 62 receptions, 1,172 yards, and 12 receiving touchdowns at Florida International last year, but he transferred to Georgia Tech this year. Eric Rivers, I'm thinking about giving the Cardinals Eric Rivers. I'm considering it. I'm not ready to pull the trigger yet, but I'm considering Eric Rivers to the Cardinals here.
Yeah, the little plastic piece that fits your ear stays in your ear.
It's almost like we are both thinking Eric Rivers to the Cardinals here, Joey. It's almost like we were on the same page. Was that what you were trying to get at, man? What were you trying to get at?
I think so. That was so uncomfortable because the earbuds flopped out of my ear. But the thing was
So we're going Eric Rivers for Georgia Tech. Okay, that's going to be the number 2 receiver, and that's kind of bold. The number 1 receiver in this draft, Arizona State, and the number 2 receivers on Georgia Tech. But here we are.
Well, let's go with it.
And I'm going to give the Rams Carnell Tate here because I think Carnell Tate is a first-round talent, and the Rams lost Cooper Kupp last year. They did bring in Devontae Adams to pair with Puka Nacua, but their number 3 receiver is Demarcus Robinson, and then they brought back their second-round pick from Louisville. So I am going to give the Rams a receiver to go with Sellers, and I'm going to go Carnell Tate, which means my Patriots.
I love
Yeah, so Tate is a Ram at 21, and so the Patriots get screwed out of a receiver, but I'm looking, what are the Patriots' options? We could go.
I thought they had all the receivers these last couple of years, man.
They got Diggs and they got the receiver they drafted out of Washington State. So they're not like desperate for a receiver or anything. Yeah, he is.
That is going to be overlooked. I can guarantee he's going to get overlooked. He's a first-round prospect.
I agree he's a first-round prospect, and I also agree he's going to get overlooked. I'm looking at the Patriots here. I'm thinking, what will my Patriots do? I'm thinking they might go right tackle because Morgan Moses, I think he only signed a 1-year contract. And if they drafted a right tackle, they'd have a bookend to Will Campbell. Francis Maui-Goa out of Miami, Florida, still on the board. He's a guy who should be off the board by now, Maui-Goa, but he's still on the board. So I'm guessing the Patriots double up at tackle. That's one option. I'm looking at what other receivers are available before I lock that pick in. We could also go Reuben Bain, the edge rusher for Miami. He's still on the board.
Never have enough edge rushers.
And I realized Rabel is going to kick somebody's ass. So if he's going to kick people's ass, he's going to look for people who's going to kick people's ass. And you could say he kicked Kevin Stefanski's ass at times. My Rabel's going to kick people down. Okay? And so when you look, and you just saw it last week when they made this pick of the number 4, he knocked my Rabel on his ass. He kicked my Rabel's ass. So what we're going to ask ourselves, who's going to kick my Rabel's ass? Because my Rabel was impressive. Was with the Browns, was with the Titans, was with other prospects. Mike Rabel is impressive. Who exactly is going to leave the impression on him? It's going to get drafted by the Patriots.
I mean, Corleone's still on the board, but the Patriots have some stability at defense on the defensive line. I'm not opposed to Corleone here, but I mean, is that a guy the Patriots would draft here? Dante Corleone. He's still on the board in the late first round, but is that a guy they would roll the dice on here? I mean, right now their defensive line features Barmore, Keon White, and Milton Williams. And Milton Williams is healthy. Barmore has been medically cleared to participate again, and Keon White. So everyone in that defensive line is there, and they've got Landry and Jennings as the edge rushers. They need an edge rusher really badly. I think Corleone is an excellent fit for what Vrabel wants to do. The problem is I think they're more likely to get an edge rusher than an interior player.
I want to put it out there. My Vrabel is so influential that a lot of the should happen with the Browns this offseason, they're saying is Mike Vrabel. But Mike Vrabel has left his mark. And if Mike Vrabel marks wherever he goes, and he is putting.
I'm going to go with Mikhail Kamara, the Indiana edge rusher that had a first-round grade before he came back to college. I'm going to go with Mikhail Kamara, edge rusher, Indiana. 19 solo tackles, 28 assisted, 10 sacks. He had a first-round grade before he chose to return to Indiana. If you remember, some draft simulators had Mikhail Kamara in the first round last year, but he came back to Indiana. I'm going to go with Kamara here.
Because my Vrabel, like I just said,
he's an edge rusher. Vrabel's going to see a lot of him. He's going to draft an edge rusher he sees a lot of himself in. I think he's going to see a lot of himself in Kamara. And he's going to see a lot of Chandler Jones in Kamara. So that's who I'm giving the Patriots. He's a lot of Willie McGinnis in Kamara, too. So I'm Kamara.
You know, it's like, what is my gotta look. My friend was a culture type. Where you go.
Yeah.
What are you looking at?
And the Patriots need an edge rusher more than anything else, so I'm going to give them Mikhail Kamara out of Indiana. That's a good spot.
Yeah. And then we can, in a year, when the Patriots make playoffs, we can look and say, especially if Patriots in the playoffs.
I don't think the Browns are going to make the playoffs until 2027, Joey. I'm sorry. I'm being a realist. You're being a fan, and I'm being a realist. I'm being a realist when I say the Browns are not going to return to the playoffs until 2027.
I don't think so either. But if they do, we can look down and say,
We'll address that when it happens.
the Titans didn't make the playoffs. The Titans didn't make the playoffs. And Mike Vrabel, who is still with.
Let's move on in the mock draft. This is as much as fun as it is to speculate on the teams. We got to focus on the players. It is fun as hell to speculate on Mike Vrabel. It really is. But I'm looking at who's the best player on the board. Okay, so because the Eagles and Chiefs have the next two picks. So who is Howie Roseman going to end up getting here? Francis Maui-Goa, the Miami Hurricanes right tackle, is still on the board. He could get him as a successor to Lane Johnson. Maui-Goa.
Give him somebody who sucks, man.
I'm going to go with Francis Maui-Goa, the Miami Hurricanes right tackle, and he will be the successor to Lane Johnson.
Sounds good enough.
We have fun talking about Mike Vrabel and what he's done.
And the number one tight end in this draft, Eli Stowers, is a Chief. So the Chiefs now have Kelsey, they have Noah Gray, and they have Eli Stowers. But I think Kelsey's going to retire at the end of this year, and it's going to be Gray and Stowers. So
okay, I got to check this kid out.
Another weapon for Mahomes, Eli Stowers out of Vanderbilt. The Chiefs get another weapon for Mahomes. He does not have too many weapons, Joey.
The Chiefs.
Somebody good after praising Mike Vrabel, giving the Chiefs
the top tight end in the draft, right as Kelsey's about to retire.
It's like,
He's little though, man.
at least I can have fun with Brady. You know, you're just, now you're just grown.
Yep, and
we know how good Vrabel is.
okay, the Commanders are on the clock here. I am giving the Commanders another tight end. The tight end run is going to begin. William, you which of these two tight ends should I give? I'm going to deny your 49ers one of these two tight ends. 49ers are on deck. I'm going to give the Commanders I'm going to give the Commanders Tanner Kozoil out of Houston. So the Commanders are going to get a weapon from Jaden Daniels.
Well, see, that's just not fair because the only other one that I've evaluated now, Max Clare, is only a sophomore.
Well,
he's not eligible, man.
Life's not fair sometimes, but Dante Corleone's still on the board. He is a perfect fit for that 49er defense. And you put him with the
now that I could get behind.
Drafted last year.
That I could definitely get behind. I like Corleone and
they got Alfred Collins out of Texas, but they did not get a second defensive tackle to pair with Collins. So Corleone to San Francisco. I didn't give Howie Roseman Dante Corleone. Be thankful I didn't give Howie Roseman Corleone.
Oh,
Looking back on it, maybe I should give the
That's
Chiefs
a deal
Corleone.
breaker.
Maybe I should change the Stowers pick and give the Chiefs Corleone. I'm kidding. Yeah, you don't want Corleone on the Eagles or Chiefs. You're grateful I didn't give him to one of those teams. You're thankful. You're actually thankful.
Might have made me drop an F-bomb.
And so, I think this is and for this pick, I think it's a great pick.
Yeah. What the heck are we going to do with the Texans at 27? I think the Texans are going to beat I have the Patriots making the wild card game, but they lose to the Texans. The Texans with Mixon and Nick Chubb are going to be too much for Vrabel to handle. And they're just more experienced than New England. They've won playoff games at home. So even if Patriots get a wild card and they play the Texans just match up better.
Well, who do they got it?
I mean, I've got an arm that can still go from 300 feet in center field straight to home plate. And the Texans batters will still get headshots.
All right.
I still help them with further either. And that's what we can do with them.
I'm looking to see what we can do with the Texans here. I'm thinking what do you guys? The Texans.
Back me up.
I'm gonna give the Texans a guard. Texans could use guard upgrade. Carmona or Roberts? Who do you think between those two, William, is the better player? Because they both have pretty high upside, pretty high ceilings. Fernando Carmona, the Arkansas left tackle, is moving to left guard, or Jaden Roberts, the Alabama right guard. Who of those two do you think is the better player? Because we talked about Roberts last year on Under the Bleachers.
Oh, did we?
Yeah, we were talking about you were talking about Milroe. I was talking about the whole team, the offensive line, the supporting cast around Milroe.
Right.
I felt like Milroe would thrive depending on how good his offensive line was.
Yeah.
That was the X factor with me.
I feel it's great.
Slaughter You're gonna give them a guard.
Well, we don't have to give him a guard. There's a few running backs on the board, but I don't think they're going to draft a running back. And they already have 3 good tight ends. They already have a lot of depth at receiver. I mean, they're in a unique position where they can go best player on the board, really.
Well, let's be honest.
We could give him a middle linebacker. Their starting middle linebacker is the guy who injured Trevor Lawrence, the Azeez Al-Shahir. We could give them a middle linebacker.
Oh, that guy.
Okay. 2 running backs.
They're not going to draft a running back. They've got Mixon and Chubb. They've got Pierce. They're not going to draft a running back.
And it usually takes 24 months to fully get back from the injury that's got time. By the time the season starts,
I think Chubb's going to have a resurgence, but you're just using the Texans segment to go on a Nick Chubb rant. That's basically what.
I'm going on Milton. Milton is one of my favorite running backs. He is a guy who minds power and speed. He had one of his better years last year. And Pierce, he is one of my favorite running backs, as you know, in that draft class.
The 22 draft, yeah. I don't think the Texans are going to draft a running back. I'm looking at middle linebacker, maybe. Because remember, Azeez Al-Shahir, he had that dirty hit on Trevor Lawrence that caused him to get injured. And I'm thinking maybe middle linebacker is the area that Austin Romaine, Kansas State middle linebacker. Let's look at Austin Romaine. Austin Romaine, he's the Kansas State middle linebacker. I'm looking at him. He is a sophomore. I don't know if he's a true. He had 96 total tackles last year, 54 solo, 42 assisted, 3 forced fumbles, 2 sacks. You'd like to see that number improve as a junior, but I'm not opposed to Austin Romaine here. He was the Big 12 freshman of the year as a true freshman, and then as a sophomore, he took another leap and had 94 tackles. I'm not opposed to Austin Romaine here. I think this is a good fit for Romaine. I just don't know if he's a first-round talent.
I wouldn't be opposed to that, but you know, it's I'll let Lee chime in on this before I ask the question. So, but yeah.
I mean, outside of middle linebacker and guard, what do the Texans really need that's going to help them right now? Because they feel like a pretty complete team at most positions right now.
Yeah, they've got a decent secondary. I mean,
You could
you're right
argue
about
Isaiah
middle
World if you're
linebacker.
not sold on Ursery at left tackle. You could argue that, but I think Ursery's going to do a good job learning under Cam Robinson for a year, and he's going to be ready to start next year.
They've got a decent, pass rush, rotation.
Yeah, they've got Daniel Hunter and they got Will Anderson Jr. Their edge rushers are good.
They drafted Jaden Higgins this year at wide receiver.
They've got stability at receiver and running back. They've got stability at tight end because they've got Dalton Schultz, Brenton Strange, and Cade Stover at tight end. So
Luke Lachey too.
Brevin Jordan, not Brenton Strange, but Brevin Jordan. So yeah, they're very stable, the Texans. So I'm thinking Austin Romaine. It's Austin Romaine. It's a left tackle or it's a guard, and nobody is opposed to Romaine. So we'll go Romaine. Kansas State middle linebacker.
What I want to ask, I was going to let you guys go. What do the Texans line as a running team in this year's NFL?
We got to get to the Bills. As much as I'd like to answer this, we got to save some of these questions for our season preview show in a few weeks, Joey. When we start season 16, we got to save some of these. You're asking amazing questions, but we got to save some of this bulletin board material. We got to save some of it. I'm excited too. And we'll preview college in the season 15 premiere on August 2nd. But then I'm going to let William pick the order of the divisions we preview. So instead of previewing the AFC North and NFC North first every year, we might go in opposite order. We might start with the West divisions because I know William's a Niners fan, and I know he lives in Colorado, so he can give us insight on the Broncos. So we might start with the West this year, just to mix it up, just to have some fun. And it gives you more time to get Browns material. It gives you more time to give us Browns updates because you'll have the most accurate Browns updates by the time we're done with the preseason.
But at the same time, I think Williams got full control of the situation.
Yeah.
You know William, which got towards William, how you going at William. Come on, William.
I'm going to give the Bills Peter Woods, the Clemson defensive tackle. He needs to come off the board. So the Bills get him at 28, and they pass on a receiver. The Buccaneers at 29. I have them going 8-9 and making the NFC title. So I have the Bills going 17-0 and losing the divisional round. I also have the Buccaneers going 8-9, winning 2 home playoff games against Kyler Murray and Brock Purdy. So the Buccaneers, they get to an NFC title at 8-9. And if that scenario plays out, that'd be a hell of a scenario where the Buccaneers, they finish the regular season 8-9, they win the division, and they make it to the NFC Championship game. We both have Tampa Bay and Detroit in the NFC title. You have Tampa beating Detroit, but if they finish the regular season 8-9 and they make it to the NFC Championship or even make it to the Super Bowl, that's a hell of a scenario. Only reason I'm saying 8-9 can happen is Tony Murray and I discussed this over email. Tristan Wirfs is going to be out for the first 4 weeks. They are going to lose to Atlanta and Houston on the road. They are probably going to beat the Jets at home, and they play the Eagles in week 4 without Wirfs. The Eagles are probably going to get a lot of pressure on Baker, kind of like Denver did back in week 3 last year. And the Jets could get pressure on Mayfield too, but I think Baker's going to do enough to beat the Jets. I don't see Buccaneers losing 3 in a row.
Man, I saw him straight arm Nick Bosa last year.
Wirfs is a tough guy to replace. That's the one guy Tampa Bay couldn't afford to lose, but they're not going to have him for the first 4 weeks of the season. He's going to be on the PUP list to begin the year, probably going to miss the first 4 games. So that's why I'm saying the Buccaneers could start 1-3 or 1-4 and then come back and finish 8-9 and win the division at 8-9.
The positive in it is they don't also spent a couple of years staying behind.
Yeah, but those defenses they face are going to be tough. You're going to be facing the Falcons edge rushers, the rookies they draft in the first round. You're going to be facing the Texans edge rushers, Daniel Hunter, Will Anderson. You're going to be facing the Jets edge rusher tandem of Will McDonald and Jermaine Johnson week 3, and then you're going to be facing the Eagles with the Alabama pass rusher they took in the first round and Nolan Smith first 4 games of the year. That's going to be very tough for Baker without Wirfs at left tackle. He's not going to have a lot of time. He's going to have the weapons. He's going to have multiple weapons. So there may not be as big of a drop-off as people are projecting with all the weapons Tampa has, but he's not going to have as much time to throw with that left tackle situation. So, even worse than what he had with the Browns. So that's saying something with Wirfs out.
I would not say it's what he had with the Browns. Yeah, it's better than what he had with the Browns.
I don't know about that. Let's look at the Buccaneers depth chart. Let's look at the Buccaneers depth. Buccaneers have it left tackle with Wirfs out. Okay, so if Wirfs is out, they're going to have Luke Godecki or Charlie Heck as the blind side to Baker Mayfield. And Charlie Heck was awful at right tackle with the Texans, and Godecki's the right tackle. Heck is the swing tackle. So I'm guessing Godecki, you'd have 2 guys who are right tackles. One of them would play left tackle. I would move Graham Barton back to left tackle just for a few games, but the Buccaneers are not going to consider that. He played left tackle at Duke. He wouldn't play left tackle permanently. He would just play left tackle until Wirfs comes back. I know that sounds stupid, Joey, but that's what I would do in this situation because I don't think Godecki or Charlie Heck is a good left tackle for Baker. And Barton played left tackle at Duke, so I would just give Barton a shot at left tackle until Wirfs comes back. I know that sounds stupid, but I think that's the best play in that situation for Tampa.
It makes me wonder why they would oppose that. I know the Baker Mayfield had put through his career with Jedrick Wills, which was an absolute abomination. But would you really want to make them have PTSD by living that? It's like,
it's either Barton or you get Jedrick Wills because Jedrick Wills is a free agent. You could bring him back, or you can move Barton to left tackle and give him a shot at left tackle. Barton would not be a permanent left tackle. He would just be a placeholder until Wirfs came back. Your backup center is Jake Majors, the Texas center. You got him as an undrafted free agent. I actually think Jake Majors could develop into a starter, but this scenario, he'd get a little bit of experience at center, and then he'd go back to being the backup center once Wirfs comes back. So I think that's the best play for Tampa.
This isn't a permanent move. And if you're asking Baker to deal with a left tackle that doesn't give a shit about the game, may have the physical ability but doesn't give a shit about the game, well, guess what? He's got to be better than Jedrick Wills, who was a left tackle who didn't.
Barton may have guard arms, but he has experience at left tackle, and I don't think he's going to be any worse at left tackle than Wills was.
And because, you know why? Because he had to give a shit. Jedrick Wills didn't give a shit, and Jedrick Wills had the skills, but didn't give a shit. This guy may not have the same skills as Jedrick Wills, but he gives a shit. And giving a shit matters.
Yep.
So,
giving a shit shows you care.
Yeah.
Shows you're committed. I'm going to go Donnie Dennis Sutton, Penn State. I'm thinking edge rusher for Tampa. So Donnie Dennis Sutton, Penn State, Reuben Bain Jr., Miami. Those are the options at edge rusher for Tampa if we give them an edge rusher at 29. There's also a Gabe Jacas, the Illinois left outside linebacker, if you think he's an edge rusher. But I think he's more of a Sam linebacker.
Now, this is the thing. William, I gotta ask you, what is more likely? Offensive tackle or edge rusher in this draft? I mean,
you could draft a left tackle and move Wirfs back to right tackle too. That's the other thing. And Wirfs has been good at left tackle. It's not like he's also better at right tackle, but he's good at left tackle too. So that's the thing that's tricky with this. Could also get a right tackle in the draft too. That's why this is tricky, but I think edge rusher's the bigger need, and if there's a guy on the board that can improve your pass rush, because the defense was the reason Tampa Bay lost to Washington in the playoffs, if you remember, William. Okay, William left. Damn. Yeah. He had to go. I think his phone died. I appreciate his contributions. I'm going to go Donnie Dennis Sutton, but I am going to try to speed this up. My phone's at 12%. Yeah, I'm going to go Donnie Dennis Sutton out of Penn State. And then the Ravens are at 30. They end up sweeping the Bengals in the regular season, but losing to them in the AFC title at home. So the Ravens end up at 30 here. And what are we going to give the Ravens? What are we going to give Baltimore here? Right now, I'm leaning towards giving the Ravens guard Carmona, and Carmona's still on the board. I like what Carmona did. I like that Myles Garrett encouraged. Carmona's still on the board, but Deontay Lawson's also still on the board. But I think the Ravens have a good right. I think Falele did good at right guard. It was left guard that was the inconsistent position last year. So I'm going to go Fernando Carmona out of Arkansas. They could go Lawson out of Alabama here too, Joey, but I'm going to go Carmona for the Ravens because I think left guard's a bigger need. But I think they take a guard here.
You know, the big thing is you can look at all the failures of Lamar Jackson in the playoffs. You have to look also at the offensive line position and where
I like what the Ravens have at tackle and center, but they need to upgrade one of the guard spots, maybe both guard spots.
Cause them to go around and make rash decisions. So getting a guard may be an upgrade. None of us are gonna be upset about that for Lamar Jackson's case because we can look at the playoff games and see that other teams are just standing up the middle, and he's melting down. You need that middle protection in which the Ravens have failed at over the last couple of years. So I'm not going to be upset about that. Well, maybe as a Browns fan, I will be upset about that, but objectively, I'm not going to be upset about that. I'm the Browns fan.
All right. Okay. I'm going to give the Lions a pass rusher. I was thinking about giving the Lions a corner, but I'm going to give them a pass rusher to go with Aiden Hutchinson. I'm going to go Mountain West here. I'm going to go with a sack artist from the Mountain West. Trey White from San Diego State. He had 10 sacks with the Aztecs last year, so we're going to go Trey White, San Diego State, and he's going to come in and complement Aiden Hutchinson as that extra edge rusher. And I know they've got some guys from the 22 draft like Josh Paschal and stuff, but I don't think Pascal's going to get extended after his contract's up. So I'm going to go Trey White, San Diego State sack artist, because the Bengals might take him at 32 if the Lions don't. So I'm going to go with Trey White of San Diego State for the Lions here at 31.
Trey White, very good player.
Might be a little early for him, but I think if he has another season with 10 or more sacks, 10 sack seasons in a row, that might be enough to get him in the late first round if he aces every portion of the draft process. That's all I'm saying.
He's going to fit the size.
And you're not drafting him to be a number one edge rusher. You're drafting him to be a complementary edge rusher. So he might excel in that role in the NFL versus being the number one guy.
We also got Zadarius Smith they're replacing.
No, Zadarius Smith is no longer on the Lions. They cut him.
I know that's why they're replacing him. And that's the thing. But what we're looking at is a size explosion combination, which is what the Lions go for. So I think this is good in that respect. I think it would be a good draft pick in that respect. But the thought is pass rusher the best fit? Not
the other position I'm looking at is corner, and my top corner is the Duke Blue Devils corner that I was considering for the Colts. He's still on the board, so that's Chandler Rivers, the Duke corner, who had 8 deflections. I'm looking at him, and I'm looking at the San Diego State pass rusher. Here, Rod Moore, Michigan free safety, still on the board, but the Lions drafted another safety early in the draft. I don't think they're going to pick a safety. They've got 3 good ones. They've got Kirby Joseph. They've got Brian Branch, and they drafted another safety early in this draft. So I don't think they're going to pick a safety here.
As we know, you have to have 3 safeties.
2 in the starting lineup and 1 for depth if an injury occurs.
Or put it in nickel.
Yeah. But you can play a corner. The Lions need a nickel corner upgrade, in my opinion. I know Amik Robertson did a good job last year, but he struggled with the Raiders. If he sucks this year, you are going to have to get a nickel corner, whether it's a corner or a safety, you are going to have to get a nickel guy and plug him in. Mateo Ugalele, the younger brother of DJ Ugalele, is an edge rusher at Oregon. He's also on the board at this spot. So we could go with him instead of White if you like him better. That's the thing. And then the Washington receiver, Denzel Boston, a guy I like, is also still on the board. But those are the 3 players I'm looking at for Detroit here in terms of fit.
But the edge rusher is probably the best one.
Yeah, I think we're in agreement. The edge rusher from San Diego State's probably the best fit for Detroit.
I was just trying to give you a better rundown of it, but I didn't disagree.
And then the Bengals first round pick, I'm thinking I'd give them an edge rusher, but they just took Shamar Stewart, even though he hasn't signed with the team yet, and he's just very unhappy. I'm not going to give them another edge rusher this early. I'm tempted to, but I'm not going to. So I'm looking at the corners. I'm looking at Tacario Davis, the former Arizona and Texas corner that transferred to Washington, and I'm also looking at D'Angelo Pons, Indiana. I'm looking at Stamps, LSU corner Stamps. There's a LSU corner. His last name is Stamps, Ashton Stamps. Ashton Stamps. I'm looking at Stamps. So I don't know what to do with the Bengals pick, but I would imagine it's the best defensive player on your board at this point.
But what are we going to do with this statement, Chris? We're looking at Stamps.
I think we're in agreement. Stamps is the pick. It may not be the best pick or the best value pick, but it's Stamps. I feel like we have a moral obligation to include him in our first round.
Maybe low Stamps. Let's do some Stamps.
Stamps had 12 deflections last year as a sophomore. He is a junior this year. Yeah, let's go with Stamps. I just wanted to double check the production, see what checked out. Let's go with Stamps. Yeah, I think we're in agreement. Awesome last name. We had to figure out a way to put him in the mock. And yeah, that's the first round. I'm not going to do round 2 right now. And I'm not even going to code these picks on the website yet because I still have to set up the MLB draft. But I thought this would be a fun little exercise. You and William did a great job helping me set up the first round, and I appreciate it.
It's just like we went about an hour overtime, but at the same time, we had a great time. So, you know what? Everything works out well. Everything works out well.
Awesome. I agree. We may have went on over time, but I'm gonna reload talk shoe to make sure we can still call into talk shoe because I want to end on talk shoe, but I don't know if we're still on talk shoe or if it just ended the call. My phone just reached 10%.
On Ric Flair. You want me to do Ric Flair?
Okay, we are still on talk shoe. All right. What? Because tomorrow is the season finale of Draft Utopia, the MLB draft. We will be live at 6. I'll be live at 6 p.m. Eastern. I don't know if Joey will be live tomorrow, but if he is, I'm guessing he'll stay from the first pick until the Guardians pick at 27, and then he'll probably have to go due to other matters.
I might not. My schedule
It's a maybe. It's not a definitive yes. It's a maybe at this point.
Yeah, my schedule is involved with new management, and it is to my advantage, but at the same time, it's still evolving. So, we will see. We will see.
Well, I'm chuckling because the character in Contra, he looks all pissed off. There's this YouTube video, The History of Contra, and the protagonist in Contra, he looks like an angry, pissed off Joe Burrow or an angry, pissed off G.I. Joe. Just laughing my ass off.
I thought you were laughing your ass off because you know that, I'm going to leave this hanging, and it's going to be a cliffhanger.
It is going to be a cliffhanger, and this episode and tomorrow's episodes will be the final episodes on either Kick or Twitch. We are going to Rumble for Season 15. I have not decided whether to stop streaming on Kick or Twitch yet. So if there's a preference between Kick or Twitch, let us know in the comments section, because most of the people that comment on Kick or Twitch, they only want to help me gain streamers. They don't have any intelligent sports questions, and I'm looking at the viewership here. We have one on Kick, one on Twitch. So it's kind of a tie between Kick and Twitch. Whichever network has more viewers, tomorrow's MLB draft gets to stay on board. And whoever has less, bye-bye. You're getting replaced with Rumble. We're putting both of you guys in the hot seat. So if you work for Kick, you work for Twitch, and you're listening to us, you better make sure your guys show up to the MLB draft show tomorrow, because we're putting both of you guys in the hot seat. And whichever one of you has fewer viewers, you're getting replaced with Rumble, because I do film cuts on Rumble. I want to take Draft Utopia, put the live stream on Rumble this next year. So competition. We're creating competition, Joey. We are creating competition between two streaming platforms.
Because I felt that with my new promotion, it's like they had come out of the freaking woodworks, and it's like, what are you offering? What are you offering? Because you're not offering me what needs to be done. You're not offering me anything. So, if you want to keep going, guess what? So you want to keep going.
Yeah, because we got a big following on YouTube. We've got a following on Facebook with our commenters, and we've got a following on X. Kick and Twitch haven't shown me they want this. And I'm not going to get rid of both, but I am going to get rid of whichever service has the fewer subscribers. And because I want to add us to Rumble. I think Rumble is a great podcasting network, and we have game film of college football games. Rumble was not an option on Restream when we started. And we were going to make this change as soon as I found out Rumble was available earlier this spring, but I didn't want to make the change during this season of Draft Utopia. So,
Rumble was available 2 years ago.
No, it wasn't. It was not available on Restream at first. It was available this spring, but it was not available at first. They only had like 10 streaming platforms at first. Now they have 15 or 20. So,
okay. So not on Restream. I was thinking overall.
Yeah. We use Rumble mainly for game film, but I'm open to podcasting the show on Rumble now. And we'll still have game film on Rumble.
I watch a a lot of college game film on Rumble.
So
Yeah, they used to do on there, so yeah,
I updated like the first week of games, and then I stopped updating. I need to get back into that habit of putting more game film on Rumble that next year. So that's something I am going to do. And
if it's gonna be something you're
yeah, because week 1 we got Texas, Ohio State, and we got LSU, Clemson. Those are both games we got to put on. I got to put on Rumble this year. Those are both games I got to put on Rumble for the college football season. It's not like last week where the first week was kind of bland, and then after that the games just got less interesting. No, this week 1 is going to be probably the best week 1 in like 4 or 5 years. I would say Alabama, Florida State. You got a bunch of good games. Tennessee, Syracuse. I think this is a really good year for week 1 games. But that's just.
Chris, I will say, if you're a Dylan Gabriel fan, you will not put on the Oregon Ohio State game.
I almost uploaded Oregon, Ohio State to Rumble. The game where Dylan Gabriel beat Ohio State in the regular season, not the playoffs. The regular season game, Gabriel was fantastic. In the playoff game, he was an absolute abomination.
Is that Captain Checkdown? I haven't gone to Captain Checkdown for 3 years.
Gabriel was fantastic in the Red River shootout back in 2023, but he transferred to Oregon, and he was nothing but a check down merchant at Oregon. But yeah, that's the show for today. We appreciate everyone who tuned into the MLB mock draft, and we even got the first round of our NFL mock done. So we're gonna wrap up. I'm gonna sign off on TalkShoe. The iPad's at 18%, and the phone is at 10%. So tomorrow's the season finale of Draft Utopia for season 14, and then we'll begin season 15 in a few weeks. So we'll see you guys for